is making her the main boss of Zone. Her raid would be very clear in its structure. We would follow the detective case of Caitlyn and Vi as we try to find her hideout. Perhaps Camille, an extremely dangerous assassin from Piltover, would be also interested in killing her. From that point on, we would literally raid her place with the Wardens. As a nice bonus, people would love to see the popular champions Zeri and Echo on our side, both of which are kids from the streets who have destroyed her warehouses before. But the last puzzle piece is, why would we raid Renada? Well, the Glask family owns Glask Industries, which is the most luxurious brand in Piltover and Zone. They sell perfumes and really fancy limb replacements. And unfortunately, this brand reflects a bit of real life, since these fancy formulas are developed down in Zone, using slave labor. But there is also a darker twist. All their products are infused with a chemical formula, which can turn their customers into mindless rampaging husks at any moment. It's kinda like Apple. Now, since Renata is a recent champion, that's all her story really has. She is probably the most powerful Baron in Zone, who can make an entire city fall into chaos with the press of a button. And now we're just waiting to see when she would unleash it. If you ask me, I normally wouldn't think that this would be a great raid, but this would be very different from raiding dragons, which would actually give it the benefit of changing environment. But also remember, this is riding off of Arcane's fame, and I doubt Riot would pass on that opportunity. That's why I feel confident we will meet Renata in the MMO. And now we are diving into the top 3 raids. I am extremely confident that some form of these will be in the MMO. That's for 2 reasons. First of all, these big villains are way too big to be ignored. We are talking about characters in the style of Arthas Menethil. But also, their lore turns them into world-threatening enemies that have to be dealt with the first of these being Viego, the Ruined King. There is not a sliver of a doubt we will see the Ruined King in the MMO. You can point a gun to my head, tell me to guess a villain in this MMO, and I will smile knowing that I survived. It would be unimaginable to ignore him. Now, the issue lying in front of me right now is that Viego's story is massive. On top of the normal story he has in League of Legends, he got his own book that is 400 pages long, the entire RPG game called Ruined King, which is focusing on his reawakening, and League of Legends got its own in-game event that was focusing on pushing his lore forward, which also included 3 cinematics. Right now, Viego has the most lore out of any champion in this universe. So let me summarize it as quickly as possible. Viego was a Camavoran prince who was forced into becoming the king at an early age. Because of this, he was not ready to become a king, and many would not consider him a really good king. Still being a teenager, he often threw tantrums in the style of Kylo Ren. To keep the kingdom from crumbling, he relied on his 2 advisors, Callista and Nuno Necrit of Camavor. Yes, that's the character named after me. Eventually, Viego met the love of his life, Isolde, a woman whom he loved very, 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 very deeply. He loved her so much that he would do anything for her. But she didn't abuse it. Isolde was actually a very good queen. For the majority of Viego's ruling, he waved the kingdom's problems away just so he could be with Isolde. Until the day someone tried to poison Viego to finally remove him from the throne, and instead they poisoned Isolde. This is where Viego's dark side really started to show. After trying absolutely everything imaginable, nobody was able to heal his queen. And Viego's angry depression started taking over him. After weeks of desperate searching, Viego found out that there may exist a hidden place called the Blessed Isles, which held the secret blessed waters that could heal anything. So he sent Callista away to find the Isles. After a long adventure, Callista succeeded and he confirmed that the Blessed Waters did indeed exist. So on the next trip, Callista brought the queen and the king and their soldiers with them, so that they could all heal the queen and be happy ever after. But of course, there was a dark twist. The queen died before they arrived on the Isles. And the priest confirmed that they can heal anything, as long as the person is alive. But that didn't stop Viego from trying. So after the priests denied him entrance to the waters, Viego massacred everyone who stood in his way, and following a creepy warden called Thresh, he arrived at the waters and dunked the queen in. For a moment, the waters did resurrect the queen. But then she was turned into a brain, who killed Viego with his own blade, which caused his soul to be absorbed by the blade. I'm skipping a lot of details here, so just know that yes, the blade can absorb souls. We'll actually talk about the blade in the next MMO video, whenever that one comes out. Anyway, after Viego was killed with his own blade, everything exploded in necromantic magic. His queen's soul was shattered into fragments, and the entire place was turned into for 1,000 years. Viego stayed there with the blade until the pirate king Gangplank was told by Thresh that he could totally pick up the blade. His mind was totally strong enough to resist the power of the king. Spoiler alert, it wasn't. And the moment Gangplank picked up the blade, his mind and body was dominated by Viego, who then used that body to fully release himself back into the world. After that, even though everyone's been dead for 1,000 years, Viego still wanted to bring his wife back. And so he started to unleash his dead with the Black Fist all around the world, in an attempt to find all the fragments of his queen's soul. Eventually, he succeeded, and he actually managed to bring the queen's soul back. But immediately after that, he was defeated by the Sentinels of Light. Remember the them, and not only did they permanently destroy the queen's soul, because the queen actually wanted to be resurrected, but Viego's entire story arc ended with him being teleported back to his homeland called Gamavor, where he was banished until the present day. You can actually see the end of the storyline in the cinematic called Absolution. And this is why Viego is going to be an incredible boss in the MMO. He does have a lot of story behind him, but more importantly, this entire time we have only seen his young, reckless personality, where he acts like a child of fantasy. As he's constantly trying to help someone he is obsessively in love with. But the thing is, his entire life he was ready to go beyond death to be with her. But now, after learning the queen didn't want to be with him, but also after her soul was permanently destroyed. So once Viego is unleashed from his prison again, instead of a cocky teenager, we are going to have a pissed off king who has nothing to lose.
Everyone will
and
know
that
the name
transformation into the
Shurima.
Dark King is something I really want to see. You can only imagine what the raid is gonna look like. Hordes of risen Samamoran soldiers, ancient undead dragons brought from his homeland, the legendary Rasa the Sunderer, and even more legendary Hecarim of the Iron Order, but there is also Commander Ledger, or maybe Tarthus the Deathly, and finally Thresh, the one who caused all of this to happen, the hidden master of puppets. We said, Viego has a lot of meaningful enemies. The raid will be glorious. Side note, in the distant future, I kinda wanna cover the entire story of Viego. Wish me luck. For the next raid, we are not delving too far away from the Undead, because it's time to cover the most brutal badass warrior this universe has ever seen. Super quickly, just for clarity. Viego's deathly magic is really undead in its true meaning. When he's turning his enemies into undead, it's more like he is preventing them from dying. And he's turning them into somewhat living wraiths. So he's not really the master of death. As you'll see, that title goes to Mordecai. His story begins as a warlord known as Sun Uzal. During his time, the main continent was occupied by barbaric tribes. Sun Uzal was killed by killing as many as possible, he would flee to the afterlife, and so he forged an empire in Europe. As his life was he took great satisfaction knowing that he would live as his god Savior in the glorious halls of bones. However, when he died, he found no glory waiting for him. Instead, he found out an empty great wasteland, with an occasional soul drifting by. He watched as the spirits faded into the fog, amazed at his lost in time. But Sun Uzal refused to fade, his will tempered by rage and torment. In other words, he was simply too angry to die. He started listening to the disembodied whispers around him, and he learned this was Omnun, the language of the dead. Slowly, he came up with a plan. He began whispering temptation into the veil between realms, promising power to any who would listen. And sure enough, he managed to tempt a few cultists into bringing him back to life. Lacking any flesh or bone, he told the cultists to bind his spirits to metal plates, forged in the likeliness of his old armor. And so he rose as the revenant of iron and hate. No longer called Sun Uzal, but rather he was Mordecai. Originally, he was but instead Mordecai killed them all, and Mordekaiser's second conquest of the world. But this time, he was wielding necromantic magic. All his enemies were confused because it seemed like Mordekaiser only cared about massacre and destruction. Entire generations perished under his campaign. But in reality, there was far more to Mordekaiser, which became the largest structure on Runeterra. He used them to gather information about spirits and death, be it by capturing and studying demons, or torturing Yordles until he could harvest their secrets. He did everything in his power to understand the realms beyond. Eventually, Mordekaiser became such a tyrant, the entire continent banded together. But when he was ultimately defeated, it was not because of his enemies, but rather he was betrayed from his inner circle. The immortal Bastion had a secret device led by a witch we know as Light. He managed to separate Mordekaiser's spirit from his armor and seal the empty armor in a hidden place. As a result, without his physical vessel, Mordekaiser was forced out of the physical realm. What none of the cultists knew, however, is that all of this was according to Mordekaiser. The entire time, he was forging a destiny greater than the Hall of Bones. When he finally returned to the empty wasteland of the afterlife, he was met by the hundreds of thousands who died under his reign. Prevented by his dark magic, they would never fail. They would be his eternal army bound to his will. But even the weakest of the spirits were given purpose. Just like he used the souls of the cultists to forge his maze, the weakest of the souls would become the building blocks afterward. And so Mordekaiser became the king of the afterlife. Even though he is already planning on how to return. Just so, after so many people were fed into his realm, he would be so powerful nobody would know how to stop him. Since that is where his story starts off, you know that this is a setup for the future. Even in League of Legends, sometimes Mordekaiser is joked about as a raid boss. Once he starts rolling, you need the entire team to get him down. And Riot would be especially since we already know some of the other characters that he is raid. Mordekaiser was completely which he used as his weapon. These would be Cyborg, the giant Blunt, and I wouldn't be surprised if he also met Vigar, the Yordle Mordekaiser Sword to get his Yordle secrets. Finally, we would likely fight alongside Scum, one of the leaders of Noxus who is actively trying to root out the dark magic from Noxus. So yeah, maybe Mordekaiser's story is not as long as Viego, but Mordekaiser is built for conquest. His story is simply badass, and you bet that's what people want to fight. And this takes us to the last raid I will show you. Not only is this raid inevitable, but it is going to be the final raid before Riot starts to get sweaty about that. Because from that point on, they would be forced into making up new enemies. And that's usually when the lore of MMOs crumbles. With the ultimate endgame in Runeterra being the battle against the end of everything. The Watchers of the Void. Now, I know we already quickly summarized the story of the Watchers when we talked about the world. But we need to quickly do it again because if they get their own race, it can be a really cool merging of multiple storylines of the universe. Basically, beginning of everything, there was nothing. Just dark, empty void. Until there was a spark of light. This spark of light illuminated the darkness who, before this event, didn't even know about the Of course, since this first light woke the Watchers up all the time, since the beginning of time, the Watchers got annoyed, they decided to silence it so they could use it. As they drifted closer, we learned that this spark was indeed our reality. So to get rid of the light, the Watchers tried to poke it and taint it. But they were always too big to get through and deal with it themselves. So instead, they released the reality of corrupted it and slowly back in hopes that it would destroy the rest of the reality. But even that wasn't too successful. Eventually, the Watchers started whispering into the light. And the ice witch known as Sandra unleashed. The Watchers promised to restore immortality and bring power. Prepare her world for the coming of the void. Sisters have been Watchers empowered monsters forward, turned them into the Iceborne. Soon enough, the Watchers broke into reality.
Evil is as evil.
As the Watchers rose for the first time, Lysandra got to see how horrifying they were, and she realized they came here to destroy everything. In desperation, Lysandra sacrificed her sisters and the Iceborne to use their magic to free the Watchers beneath the ice. But even that magic was not enough. Beneath the ice, the Watchers were only sisters. They would break out if they tried to overcome. So these days, Lysandra is kidnapping the surviving Iceborne. She freezes them in her fortress. She is then using their inherent powers to restore the ice. And she is feeding their dreams.
Why we use Miro? Well, when I draw on a whiteboard, nobody sees it. But with Miro, we plan together in real time from literally everywhere. Oh, it's not just a board. It's like this infinite canvas where we can visualize ideas, review designs, create mind maps, flowcharts, you name it. All in one place. And video meetings half the time where you can actually show what it is that you're talking about. Okay, let's be real. Working remotely before was a nightmare. But now, we're always in the same page.
Vision.
Oh, great.
An ally has been slain.
Should have gone with US Cellular. They aren't raising prices on any of their plans.
Seriously?
Yeah, my price won't increase.
Well, that is refreshing. I feel like everywhere you turn these days, prices are going...
We are made by our choices.
Don't get
Shut down.
At US Cellular, every plan for everyone is price protected.
You know, I don't know.
US Cellular, where every plan is price protected.
As a bonus, Lysandra is killing
The
anyone who
Ascendant
remembers
shall
the
guide
old days
humanity
and
to
who could spill out
greatness.
that she actually kinda betrayed humanity. See, this setup on its own is enough to support a raid. Let's say we raid the Frostguard Citadel, which is where Lysandra is keeping the Watcher. First, we get there by I bet you never noticed that and in fact, the ghastly shopkeeper is one of the soldiers who remembers the Watcher. After getting inside, we would fight Lysandra's frozen trolls. These are trolls that Lysandra twisted herself to serve her, but they are also supported by the Harbinger of Trolls,
Your turret has been
whatever that
destroyed.
is. Then we would fight through Lysandra's army of the Drugworn. These warriors dedicated their lives to Lysandra, knowing that they are protecting the world from the end of everything. Next, we would face the most mysterious creatures of the Freljord. We don't really know what they look like in their pure form. We only know what they look like after they were corrupted by the Watchers. And these would be the creatures with their very interesting names. There is She Who
Those who
Wanders,
follow
They
me
Who Endure,
follow
and
destiny.
It That Stares. Whatever these creatures used to be, now they are titanic, with their I-beam disintegrating reality. Then of course we would have to get past Lysandra herself before we arrive at the Frozen Watcher. I think it's
All
likely that
eyes
we are
look
going to
to
fight
us.
one of these. And what's cool is that though this
ally has
is
been
the
slain.
toughest enemy this universe has to offer, even if we defeat it, we don't really defeat all the Watchers. That's the clever metaphor of the universe. We can't destroy them all. They are the
Enemy
primal
killing
force. There is an
spree.
endless sea of them.
An
If
enemy has been
anything,
slain.
our reality is a parasite in their void. So if we defeat a frozen Watcher, all we really do is plug a hole. But the Watchers continue being a threat. Anyway, this Watcher looks strange, doesn't it? It's not really the floating eye that well, that's because, as it is with all the League of Legends stories, there is a twist. You see, just as the Watchers are able to corrupt the beings, they are also able to corrupt them themselves. The process always comes from both sides. And so, the more the Watchers interact with humans, for example, the more human-like they become themselves. And since the Watchers in the Freljord were frozen there for thousands of years, Legends of Runeterra shows us that once they would break free, that's what they would look like. They would have many human-like limbs. The story told us they have fur from all the animals, and they even have a creepy fake face. So no, this is not what a pure Watcher would look like. This is a Watcher tainted by the people of the Freljord. Obviously, you might be wondering how powerful being is this? Well, that's where the first of all, Lysandra would be the key to freezing the Watchers. She would have to be on our side at the end there.
Believe in our
Also,
future.
the primal god Orn constructed the bridge leading to the Citadel. And this bridge was used as a magical seal to help keep the Watchers down there. So Orn himself would help us. But most importantly, there is another massive center around the Voidborn known as
Are the
Velvet.
authors of
Because
history.
this feels already way too
turret
long,
has been destroyed.
super quickly. You know how the Watchers themselves got tainted when interacting with reality? Down in Shurima, all between the Void and our
Your
reality.
turret has been
It was
destroyed.
sort of like a champion of the Void. In fact, if you dive deeper into this, you may realize that this is
Your
directly
turret has
correlated.
been destroyed.
If you want to know, that decided, hey, I don't want to die. That's exactly what happened.
Ally
As
has
the
been
voice
slain.
started consuming people, it got tainted by the for self-awareness. Soon, the cancerous growth inside the voice needed to represent the void force that but also she doesn't actually represent everything. And all Belvest wants to do is to live. And so these days, Belveth is consuming entire cities at a time. And she is rebuilding everything with the information she got. With her ultimate end goal being to rebuild all reality. So that she could be reality, and she would be strong enough to fight the Watchers. Of course, at this time, she doesn't really have all the information together. So whenever she's reached out to cities and people, it all looks uncanny. However, at this point, she consumed hundreds of thousands of people, and she's using all of their brain power, so Belveth is very smart. Now, the reason why this is important is because Belveth once talked to Kai'San, and he offered her, if mortals help Belveth consume reality faster, she would spare them to be the last to consume. Belveth said that she did the calculations and she knows humanity could never beat her. But at least, with this deal, she gave them the chance to create a weapon, maybe find a hero who maybe could slay her. She knows they could never beat her, but she is willing to give them the chance. And you see, this is where we can get another twist. This wasn't confirmed, this is purely my theory, but I believe that there is a way to destroy Belveth. See, Belveth believes that we can't beat her, but the fact is, figure it out. But can't comprehend the power of the Celestials. So I believe Aurelian Soul could destroy her. She just doesn't have the brain power to figure that out herself. So what I think is going to happen is that at some point we are going to beat Belveth. She realizes she was wrong, she realizes that humanity is stronger than her when it has been destroyed, and she decides to help us destroy them. So should we ever get a raid on the Frostcloud Citadel, I wouldn't be surprised if before that we get another raid where we delve into Belveth's little pocket dimension and with her help to the north. Or, you know, we just destroy her, that would be way cooler. So all of that is still just a wild theory. The fact is, we are fighting the Watchers. That is inevitable. And that was all the raids I wanted to show you. All of them are supported by the lore, and it is up to Riot whether they want to do them or not. Except the last 3 raids. Those are happening, there is no way around it. But because people are going to freak out, let me give you some honorable mentions. This universe also technically has the Grim Reaper. While they may have many forms, the most well-known form of death itself is Kindred. We wouldn't really have a good reason to fight them though, since death isn't really an evil entity in this universe, but, you know, they exist. I would also love to fight against Vladimir's Hemomancers. We could also get a raid on the Ursine, with Volibear being the final boss, the primal god of wilderness. In the east, there is also the mysterious demon known as Ashlash, a 7-handed liquid demon that is locked beneath the earth, in a place known as the 7th layer. Neela is currently wielding its power, and it looks like a setup for the future. Also, there is Fiddlesticks, the primal and most powerful demon on Runeterra. Fiddlesticks itself is just a puppet. The demon is what you can see inside the cage. But because Fiddlesticks is roaming around the world, I couldn't really figure out a raid setting. But you bet we are fighting him at some point. If you want a creepy video to react to, find Fiddlesticks cinematic. Simply said, the lore supports so much more than what I showed you today. And in the future, I can make a smaller video where I cover the dungeons of this MMO. All being theoretical, of course. But for now, that's it. I'm running out of content, so let's see, what do we have next?
But hey, my question is, why do you hold the lav mic?
Wait, what do you...
Honda, we know you have to drive through the mud. If you want to beat reach the rainbow. Brave the desert before you find the oasis. Conquer the mountain to see how far your dreams can take you. The all-new CR-V and CR-V Hybrid, part of the Honda line of rugged vehicles.
MMO videos, Riot MMO, Riot MMO, Riot MMO videos, multiplayer Riot MMO, Riot MMO, Riot MMO, MMO. Loot, arguably one of the driving forces of MMOs, and it doesn't matter if it is an MMORPG or an MMO shooter. Loot is something everyone celebrates their joy over, but it might be for two separate reasons. Some people like having big numbers on their characters. Sure, it is a key progression for MMOs, but for a lot of others, me strongly included, it's all about the visuals. I simply want to show off the achievements of my character, so after I get some good loot, it better look good. In fact, that's exactly what my MMO journeys have been about. I care about the appearance of my character a lot, Classic Wrath being a perfect example. You see, since the original Burning Crusade, I have always played a paladin. So naturally, with Classic, I got one to max level on my home EU server. But Blizzard also brought up the fresh servers, where everyone would start as level 1 and everyone would be on a leveled playing field as the next expansion comes out. This is something a lot of people didn't believe would be that popular. Until it was so popular, it was burning Blizzard's spaghetti servers. See, people thought Blizzard was only releasing awful games today, but not only did they release one amazing queue simulator, but they released two. Well, I quickly realized there was no way I was gonna play on a fresh server. Right? Well, it turns out prime time for EU is when US is asleep. So I bypassed the queues by making a character on the US server, and my leveling was a breeze. And here's the reason why I'm even telling you about this. When I was deciding which class I wanted to play, I thought about which class would be played the least so that my loot would not be contested. Well, in Wrath, that would be the Shaman. But if I wanted to play a Shaman as the Alliance, I would have to play as the Draenei.
Minions have spawned.
Visuals matter to me. I can't play a character that looks awkward. But thankfully, in Riot's universe, the armor and weapons are badass. We already had a look at the world of Runeterra. We also talked about all the existing races in this universe. I showed you the greatest villains and bosses we will inevitably get to see. And now it's time to show you my epic loot revealed by the lore of this universe. And oh boy, be ready for some glorious items. This video will be 3 parts. The first half of the video will talk about all the armories of all the different regions. And I'll show you what their typical armor looks like. With the second half of the video being the juicy one. Because I'll show you some legendary weapons from this universe. But I will also show you some real 3D models of the weapons which I pulled from the Ruined King game. So we'll be able to have a look at some real models that see what we could see in the MMO. But first, let's go region by region and let's have a look at the typical armor. So, let's start with the good, totally not racist voice of Demacia. With Demacia having a classic white that's exactly what we should expect here. Besides the rugged appearance and low levels which you should expect everywhere, the armor of the Dauntless Vanguard is just about the most iconic thing. Being made of anthracite steel, it is naturally pale and resilient to magic. At the lower range, it is a wall of steel, but at the higher range, their armor has fine outline. Their sergeants also have different helmets that stand out, and depending on what your job in the military is, the armor has different variants. There is one for the horse rider, there is also a rider version for the trekkers, there is also a version for the renegade riders. This one also has a cool elite variant, and you can see it in greater detail in the official concept art. So if you're a lover of fine armor, even though most of armor is not lighter version of Blade. That shows you how much Demacians love armor. I mean, they even armor up their horse. But Demacia also has the classic scout hiding in bushes, so they also have the classic ranger outfit. They also have the swift-footed light armor, and of course, then we have the mage seekers. As we mentioned in the last video, these are the guys hunting down mages. The most iconic part of their gear is that's what indicates that you belong to a specific cult. But all of them also wear long
Unearth what has been lost.
trinkets called the Grey Mark. This piece of petrified stone absorbs magic, which comes in handy whenever you are trying to uncover a hidden maze. While some mage seekers have fancier masks than others, we really should mention the not only has the fanciest mask, but he feels so insecure about himself that he carries 2 grey masks. But the mage seekers are not the only
enemy
ones.
has been slain.
Near the mountains where we can find dragons, the local Demacian armor is resilient not only to magic, but also fire. That's why their variant of the
An
armor
ally
is
has been
red,
slain.
and it is simply called the Dragon Guard armor. But all of these just lead us to the armor of the highest value in all of Demacia. The armor of the Royal Court, and currently we know about its 3 iterations. This armor is fully golden, unlike the typical
None
silver
know the
Demacian
will of
variants.
the desert
One
better
type of
than
this
I.
armor is worn by Barret Bevel, one of the greatest Demacians who ever lived. His story is awesome, but unfortunately it's not really important for this video. What is important is that Barret was the greatest Demacian. He died during the battle at the morning while protecting his
shall
nation.
guide
As a
humanity
result,
to
during the
greatness.
burial ceremony, his armor was reforged into a container for his ashes. So the golden armor was turned into... you're gonna wear that in the MMA. The second variant of the golden armor is worn by the armor. This combat armor is passed through the line of the here you can even see it being worn by his team. And you can see that it was forged in the image of the dragons that once threatened the lands of the mountains. I highly doubt it would be lootable because Jarvan is not an evil man and he is actively wearing it. But I still wanted to mention it because it looks cool and it could definitely inspire another Demacian. And then there is the third variant, the armor of his now dead father, King Jarvan III. This is probably the heaviest armor in all of Demacia. I really love this image because here Jarvan looks like a real from Warhammer. But at least it shows you that Demacia is not only all about silver. Fun fact, the Vanguard family is wearing a special variation of the armor which has astonishingly large shoulder bands. Yaren is part of this family, unlike the race. When it comes to weapons, there is not much to say. Demacian weapons are minimalistic and shiny. Noxus has the exact opposite of Demacia. Instead of bright and shiny, they are dark. If you like big bladed armor that is not shiny, you're gonna like these guys quite a bit more. Here, the vast majority of the armor comes from the Trifarian Legion. It is dark with a lot of hard edges and occasional silver lines. You can also notice that oftentimes this armor does not have sleeves, because Noxians are overly aggressive and they personally need their offense. But not all of them. For example, Captain Baron has a type of armor that doesn't give a damn about anyone. And yes, without spoiling anything, during Arcane, if you look into the background, you may find even more Noxian armor. But then there is also this interesting variant, fully plated with a weird helm. This one looks different because it is actually an ancient Noxian who was brought with blood magic. So perhaps you will be able to get something like this. Now, when it comes to light armor and cloth, Noxian spies often use leather with occasional plate armor. This is also used on the battlefield by those who are confident they don't need to use heavy plates to protect themselves. But really, it is the casters who are going to get the most style out of Noxus. The Noxian cult of Hemomancers use the black jacket with the crimson cloaks that look amazing. The black rose may swap the jackets for more plating because, well, it's Noxian, with the Noxian officials sometimes ditching the crimson cloak entirely. Imperial.
We are made
So,
by our
even as a
choices.
caster, even if you are not wearing related armor, you are still going to attack. Well, the Noxus does have massive weapons, which often makes the Noxian architecture that you have. But Noxian also has runed weapons. Noxian rune weavers are able to weave runes into their blades to enhance them. Sometimes these runes make the blades lighter so that you can one-hand a blade that is bigger than yourself. And other times the runes simply make the weapon indestructible. So just know that League does have a canonical reason for you to be wielding over Noxian also have suicidal bombs. I'm afraid that's gonna lead to fun gameplay. So now let's move into the Freljord. Here we all know what to expect. Either you are wearing a lot of fur, or you wear nothing. This entire region is pretty much made of leather, but at least it comes in different styles. The other different is clothes, like Fox fur elements. The Winter's Claw stay closer to the ground, but at least the Ammons of the Freljord give it width. They theme their armor after animals. Be it a mammoth with massive tusks on his shoulders, a wolf with the amazing wolf shoulder pads, or even an elk wearing their bones. With that said, some individuals, usually those of a higher rank, wear actual armor. Mostly because the armor is metal in all the frozen landscape, and because metal is
Double kill.
in this climate, it is rare to see people wearing it. However, up in deep north, Lysandra's army of the Dragonborn are clad in savage blades. Just like Lysandra, they are wearing helmets. Even they are not going to be the most common armor of the Freljord. I can almost guarantee the giant MMO will have a set theme after the Hearthguard. The Hearthguard
You have slain
or
an enemy.
being a godless blacksmith. This demigod is the one who crafted the massive gold door which Grom is using as his shield. And all you need to do is to peek into the forge to get an idea of what the armor is going to look like. A lot of ram thematics with aspects of a volcano. In fact, in the game you can find what a hypothetical field by Orn should look like. Orn is simply far too iconic for me, so expect at least one Fire Ram based set. But here I also very quickly want to add one more thing. Even though these people are rarely talked about, the Freljord also has
All eyes
scavengers.
look to
And it's a
us.
shame that these are rarely mentioned because their armor looks insane. And when it comes to the weapons, Freljordians have very barbaric tools. Loads of axes, swords and wooden shields, with an occasional primitive weapon from one of the tropes.
Everyone
Nothing
will
too
know
out
the
of the
name
ordinary.
Shuri.
However, the Freljord is also known for the true ice weapons. We talked about these in the past. These weapons are made out of magical ice that literally kills you if you touch it. That is, unless you are an iceborn, in which case it will still hurt you a lot. These are the ice weapons that have all sorts of sizes, from swords and axes to bows and flails. But that's it for the Freljord, so now let's have a look at Ionia. Ionia has a lot of freedom to buy. Most people are wearing simple robes. And depending on the class you're playing, the robes can vary heavily. The blade dancers out of Australia wear swords. They also wear these wooden swords. But this is definitely not gonna be
Has been slain.
very popular League of Legends champion Jin is also wearing a maker. Then of course, we can't forget about the
Turret
Blade
plating will
Masters.
fall
The
soon.
Blade Masters of Ionia are known for their very wonky shoulder pads. You can see one on Yasuo, you can see two of them on the Master his fully golden armor couldn't afford to not have at least slightly on the shoulder pad. Speaking of which, all the boosters the Spirit Realm, so I wouldn't be surprised if one of these helmets was obtainable in the game. Again, it is iconic. But don't worry, we can find some heavy armor.
Yourselves to Shurima.
While normally the Ionian ninjas are wearing light armor, Shen and Zed are two types of fully Zed wearing the red color we also got with Icy wearing the most badass armor in Ionia.
Trust in my vision. Stolen legacy.
And when it comes to the weapons of Ionia, it is all blades and sharp objects that resemble living. Next up, let's delve into Build-Over. This will be a good one because we can't get just real life. Anything from the 20s to 60s is fashion here. At least when it comes to the light armor. But even that has a cool twist here. Because Build-Over and Zone are based on technology, sometimes you can find some really great examples of proper tech wear. With the Pharaoh's family being the best example. Here they are wearing a straight-up Tesla suit. And here, one of the leaders of the Pharaoh's family has a very good armor set, where you can see all the hard labor of their shoulder pads. This is definitely one of the more unique armor sets of Zone. And of course, in Zone, all of the gear is gonna be slightly more grungy, or at times horrifying, but the fun will come when you start looking into the augments. Because augments are not only for the fanatics, they can also be worn fashionably. And I can't wait to see all the different augmented armor sets. When it comes to the heavy armor, don't look into the forges, I'll tell you that much. But really all the heavy armor goes to the wardens. The heavily armored However, some of the parents of Zone may be using some heavy when it comes to the weapons of Build-Over and Zone, well, it's anything that can be so probably primitive guns. Because from here was Shurima is going to look very simple. Either you are from the desert, the capital, or you are from the town. In the desert, you can find a lot of primitive technology, so don't expect much there. Although some of the raiders here can be appealing at times, but from the civilized. Of what caster armor from Shurima could look like. We can also find more caster's armor on Zera's acolytes, but even more in the capital city itself. In fact, I can show you quite a few good examples. But when it comes to something heavier, Shurima's golden armor comes to the rescue. They are big fans of gleaming golden armor. Though they are not destroyed by the boys. Their kingdom has soldiers that look like this. So should we ever delve into some of the tombs in Shurima, maybe we can find something like this. And yes, this is also the type of armor that yes. Now, when it comes to their weapons, however, some people are using the void as a weapon against itself. So that's where we get into this. I wouldn't be surprised if I really FTG. I really love the concept of this kind of weapon. Let's be honest, a full set of voice crafting. Let's very quickly mention Targon. Most Targonians don't wear it. But when they decide to wear something, it is usually in the image of their religion. The Solari are clad in more of a golden armor, since it is after the sun. They are also very defensive people, so they have giant shields. Most iconic of all, probably Leona, but I prefer the daylight shield. And obviously, just like their armor, their weapons are also here we can get good example of casters. And here you can see some more of a rogue set, with Diana herself wearing just about the heaviest armor the Lunari can offer. It's not much, but it's an honest work. When it comes to the weapons, because you know there is a little move, and in some rare cases, the Lunari can also summon celestial weapons from the Mercury realm. So when it comes to the I'm surprised if the Celestials give us one of these weapons. Yes, these are excellent celestial weapons, and they are all guns. But besides, we'd like to see some more iconic. We have the Warriors of the Earth, the Herald of the Dragon, the Ghost people have their own gear. Better get an armor set themed after the celestial aspect. These are just so dead. For the most part, it is just pirates, guns, cutlasses, corsair clothing, but besides the normal pirate wear, we can also mention the religious Buru worshipping the god of motion Nagakiboros. Their entire aesthetics are themed on Astar's story, at least that is what it comes to the heaviest. Casters are ready for loads and loads of stuff. But I'll tell you one thing, I really want to see an armor set themed after Nautilus. Can you tell I like plate armor?
One tank on
Anyway,
their team
let's finish this
gets
first
really
half of the
fed.
video in the last place. Shadow Isles. Obviously, before the Shadow Isles were the Shadow Isles, they were the Blessed Isles. That's where most of the design comes from. Of course, we know that the Sentinels originated from the Blessed Isles, so all of these light sails are also, before we get started, I can show you all of these guys and show us some unbelievable light sails. But then the guys. This place has a lot of interesting light armor, with my favorite being the set of the Rekindler. There is something so simple
Heroes
and
are
yet so
born
cool
from
about it.
crisis.
I also really want to see a set
respawning soon.
after one of the stories. This would be a great one for Couch. But then of course, there were a lot of people who came here to vanquish the dead, and eventually they would be claimed by the undead as well, and that's where we can get these cool sets from. But also, the Shadow Isles are riddled by the souls of Scumavore, who once raided the Some of them were unhealthy under the Scumavore, but others come from the Iron Order, wearing dark, but that's really it when it comes to the kinds of armors that come from this universe. Of course, I could keep going, but there is only so much time we have for a video.
Join me.
Now, let's get into the far more... Let's talk about some very specific items. Whether we will be able to use them or not is a whole separate conundrum. For example, in the past, the Wizards knew that Frost was so legendary, they couldn't just use files and cards. So when the players finally did it, Wizards didn't do that. But then 10 years later, everyone was able to run around with the Cloud and Frostmourne, so I don't know what the logic was. Anyway, the point is, I'm going to show you items that canonically exist in this universe. There are no buts or ifs, these legendary items will exist in the game. And to make things even more interesting, first I'll cover all the legendary items which we are unlikely to get, though
Your
right
turret has been
for
destroyed.
the sake of it being cool, and then we'll get into some proper loot.
All
So
eyes
first,
look
let's mention
to us.
Drake. This legendary weapon of the Demacian kings was designed to slay Drake. It's a hybrid between a spear and a sword which can extend itself. The armor fitting with it is only limited to the lightning. Really good. I doubt we will ever be able to get but we are most likely going to also together with legendary, slightly unobtainable weapon, we have the legendary Longbow. Everyone not going to warrior who was trying to figure out how over time he figured out that well, so he used his glove to avoid the energy. This created a weapon known as the Netherblade of Horok, a magical blade that was mounted to his wrist which could cut through just about anything. Years later, Horok died, and many centuries after that, his tomb was looted by the champion known as Kassadin. As you can see, this is what the Netherblade looks like. However, many years before Kassadin picked up the Netherblade of Horok, there was another Ascended called Nezuk who raided the tomb as well, and he stole the other glove. Eventually Nezuk died too, and Nezuk's tomb was raided by Ezreal. So Ezreal and Kassadin are each wielding a glove, which make a complete set, and together they are wielding power which even they probably don't comprehend.
With Omen, you can be the playmaking, fast reacting, quick thinking, smooth streaming, always on the go version of you.
But because both of these champions are good guys, I doubt we are going to be able to steal their gloves. And this is where we can also mention the Hammer of Orlon. This one is very crucial for the story arc of Poppy. Poppy is on a quest to find the rightful owner of the Hammer of Orlon, someone who could fully unlock the hammer's potential, without knowing the fact that she herself is the rightful owner of the hammer, and that what she can do with the hammer is not normal at all. So the moment you take the hammer away from her, you destroy a beloved character. That's why I don't believe we will be able to get the Hammer of Orlon. Lastly, we could also mention the weapons of the aspects, like the Zenith Blade. It's simple, I don't believe Riot is going to allow us to fight a decently friendly fan-favorite champion such as Leona, so we are likely not getting that blade. I could keep going, nearly half of the champions in League of Legends are holding interesting weapons, but half of them are the good guys, so I doubt we would just randomly be able to take their things. So, let's instead have a look at the bad guys and their loot. Now we are going to have a look at the items which will likely appear in the MMO, and for which it is only up to Riot whether they decide to let us obtain these items. Here, above all, we have the legendary sword and shield of Commander Ledros. Ledros played a big role in the story of the Ruined King, but not big enough to prevent us from looting his weapons. So I truly would not be surprised if we were able to get them in the MMO, especially since Ledros was the Ruined King's most powerful frontline soldier. The sword stands out because it was broken in half, but it was reforged by unholy magic, with the shield being reforged by crystallized death. Fun fact, you can find Ledros with his fully 3D modeled weapons in the Ruined King game. So these will be quite the beauty to behold in the MMO. Next, there has to be some kind of a legendary weapon crafted by Ornn, with one good example already existing in the lore. Remember how in WoW people went on a legendary quest to forge Thunder Fury? Or at least it was epic back in the day? I really want to see us do the same, but with Ornn forging the weapon. In fact, he kinda already did it once. In the lore, Ornn forged himself some tools, a spade, a hammer, and a fork. Later, after a battle with his brother Volibear, he threw all the tools besides the hammer away. According to a legend, the fork landed in the oceans somewhere in the east, where a merking picked it up and he used this mighty trident to rule the oceans. That's how legendary Ornn's weapons are. He literally made himself a fork, which was so powerful mortals could use it to rule the world. And who knows, maybe we will be able to find this very fork in the game. So please, Riot, we need one of Ornn's weapons. And here is where we can also mention the Vuju blades. I don't think there is going to be a legendary quest behind these or anything like that. I believe by one way or another we will be able to get a Vuju blade and it will just have some flavor text. But I still wanted to give you a context behind these weapons. You see, the greatest bladesmiths around the world have a way to enhance their work. They would forge a blade, write a poem, and they would bring it to Doran in Ionia. Master Doran would then take these blades and the poems and he would plant them in a hidden place known as Mistfall. After planting them down, he would wait for an entire year. During this time, the local spirits would bless the blades and greatly increase their power. This is how the great Vuju blades are forged. And I believe one of these blades with this unique history will be found in the game. And lastly, before we get into the big ones, there is an idea I had which I really hope Riot is gonna steal. You see, one of the big bad guys we are gonna fight is going to be Scion, a legendary warrior of Noxus who was brought back to fight again using blood magic. The cool thing about him is his metal jaw. The jaw is actually the crown of King Jarvan II, whom Scion had killed. So when we get to fight Scion, I would love it if he dropped the crown of King Jarvan II and we could wear it as an actual helm. That would be such a cool touch to Scion's loot. Now, before we get to the top 3 pieces of loot I want to show you, there is something else I want to show you. Something which you won't be able to find anywhere on the internet. And I know it because I was looking for it. And I couldn't find it anywhere. So, I did it myself. I went to the Ruined King, which is a game now available on Steam, which depicts a story that actually happened in the universe of Riot's MMO. And I went through the game files and I pulled out all the weapon models. Now, in this game you have 6 party members, each of which is using a totally different weapon. It's kinda like how weapons work in something like Diablo. And because it is an RPG game, the weapons have different models. And here's the kinds of weapons I am going to show you. Yasuo is using swords, Braum is using shields, Ari is using swords, Scorpion is using pistols, Spike is using daggers, and Laui is using idols, which is basically oversized blades. So, let's start with the swords, shall we? Feel free to pause at any time to check these out. You can see how a lot of the swords are themed after certain regions, but some of them are named swords, which we will probably see in the universe. At the bottom we can see Hextech Gunblade and Stormrazor, and in the middle you can find Manaboon, Moravana, and Doran's Blade. Next up we have the shields. Of course, in Ruined King the shields are carried by Braum, who is a very big guy carrying a very big shield. So of course all of these are a bit oversized to match him. I also found out that some of them did have recoilers, which to be fair is standard for any RPG game these days, so I included them here too. Anyway, here we can point out the shield of the Polo King, Doran's shield, Randuin's Omen, and as I mentioned before, even here we got a shield themed after the demigod orb. Next we have the magical orbs. The game calls this kind of a weapon a focus. These are obviously for casters. And in Ruined King, you can see that a few of them have magical females. For example, you can see a ghastly Poro, a Poro Snack, and even a Yes, I love how even the guns are themed after regions. For example, I would have never expected it, but this is what a gun from Demacia would look like. But you can also see that the game has 3D models for a whole corrupted pistol too. Next we have the dagger. I believe only one is a named item which many of you may recognize from League. And that is the Dust Blade of Darkthaw. The rest may be just random daggers from all around Terra, but they do look amazing regardless. Lastly, we have the idols. You can think of these as items that show us what offhands could look like in this universe. But this ride allows us to play cool, then we may straight up use Of course, one of these idols is themed after Poro, but I can mention that this one is known as Droid Rebecca's with Rebecca being Oriana's father, whom people may know as Legend. But that's really it for the lootable items from the RPG game.
Effect recently revealed a new champion with unique weapons. I also wanted to very quickly mention 2 unique weapon types of this universe. The newest champion in League is using Natofos, which are giant hammers which you can wield as a hybrid between a shield and a fist weapon. But also, the elemental mages of Ishtal might also wield a weapon known as the Ormlava, which is essentially a really sharp hula hoop that channels magic. Lastly, I forgot to mention one cool thing. But remember that the
enemy double kill.
Braingainz here. eBay Motors has 122 million parts. Hey, Dave.
Yep. Wait.
How are those new wipers?
Small. They're small.
For parts that fit your vehicle, go to eBay Motors. Let's ride.
So now, let's have a look at the top 3 items. In my opinion, among the top 3, we absolutely have to mention the Darkin weapons, which are the foundation of iconic weapons in this universe. Remember how after the Ascended slowly turned mad and they slowly turned into the Darkin? They got out of control after they started blood magic and found their own goal. Well, after the Darkin started fighting each other for dominance and they slowly started destroying the entire planet, the Celestial aspect realized that they should probably use the These weapons
has been slain.
Now, the Jolly Guard is a giant crossblade wielded by now being held by However, the aspect of Twilight is humans, so that humans could craft new weapons and these new weapons would be the remaining Darkin while running around. The issue with this is that absorb the Darkin live inside the weapon, and should any mortal try to hold those weapons, the Darkin could dominate their mind, take over their bodies, and essentially free themselves. Now, in my mind, there are only 2 ways how Riot can allow the players to hold a Darkin weapon. Either we find a Darkin that is so weak that even after we hold them, they can just whisper to us, but it can't really start taking over them. Maybe just give it a bit of cosmetic corruption in our body. Or we would simply go on a legendary quest to cleanse the weapon of the Darkin's influence. I know, all of this sounds like a nerdy talk. So let me show you some examples of the already existing Darkin weapons from Legends of Runeterra. We have the Darkin Harpoon, which imprisons the Darkin known as Ibaros. The Darkin Shield, containing the Darkin Joral. The Darkin Lodestone, which I assume is some kind of a trinket which contains the Darkin Ballista that imprisons Naganeka. Fun fact, Naganeka probably looks a bit like chicken because in theory it is possible that one of those chickens touched the ballista. And so Naganeka took over the body of the chicken. Then we have the Darkin Harp. which holds the really creepy maddening Darkin Styradu. Of course, there's also the legendary Siphon Rast, which is currently being held by Kane, who is successfully resisting Rast. There is also the Varus, the Darkin Bloodletters, which belong to the one who came up with the idea of using blood magic, Zolani. And lastly, we also have the Darkin Halberd that contains Barosh. We also know that later this year, Legends of Runeterra will reveal even more Darkin. We are still waiting for more information on Aatrox, and I can't wait to learn what the heck that Darkin monster is. Is that a Darkin that took over the body of a Voidborn? But anyway, I really like the shield, and I will probably play a tank just to get it. Anyway, on to number 2 on this list. When talking about legendary weapons, we have to mention Nightfall. We talked about this one a little bit when we talked about the bosses and villains of the game. Many of you may know that Mordekaiser has the ability to forge souls in his be it Griggs that could build his kingdom in his own realm,
An enemy has been slain.
When Mordekaiser was summoned into the realm of the living, instead of being thankful to the cultists who summoned him, he ripped out their souls and forged them into the brutal hammer he called Nightfall. This is the giant hammer that Mordekaiser is carrying on his shoulder. And with Mordekaiser inevitably being a boss, which we absolutely have to deal with really, it's all his lore is about. After we get to fight him, he has to drop Nightfall. This weapon doesn't really have any important lore, so you are not screwing anything up by I mean, at this point, after this weapon is a kill count of 100. But even that weapon Diego his universe, so his legendary blade is the Frostmourne.
Stand together!
But I'm afraid this blade is so legendary, right? You'll probably know. So let's talk about the blade of the What originally started as a simple item was eventually turned into the most legendary blade of the League of Legends universe. I mean, it's so legendary that you can buy it in balance. This blade, which used to be simply called the Blade of the King, has a name. It is called Sanctity, for when this blade appears, people of Kamavor know it has 2 very unique abilities. Sanctity is always stored in its sanctum inside Kamavor's capital, but its wielder can instantly summon it anywhere across the world. That's what you can see Viego do in the cinematics. He is not conjuring out of thin air, he is simply summoning it. Its second ability is the blade of power, and it's what gives the blade a second name. The Blade of the King is passed down between the kings of Kamavor. The current wielder is Viego, to whom but every time the blade is passed to a new owner, the blade takes a piece of the wood. So then it's either or the blade that's why Sanctity also becomes the second piece. Of course, because it is passed down for generations, the blade is simply holding the souls of all the players. At least, that's what we believe in. What we do know for sure is that when Viego died, he was stand by the soul. The blade is not of his own soul. So because his own blade couldn't claim him, that's one of the many reasons why Viego's death caused a massive explosion of his death. It is the blade that is responsible for creating the Shadow Isles. And it is the blade that is going to claim us inevitably Diego. Of course, over the last video, and you have all the context.
An enemy has been slain.
And of course, it's going to be up to Riot whether they decide whether they want to give us the blade or not. Unlike Nightfall, Sanctity is very important for the lore. The souls inside the blade push the story forward, and in fact, I wouldn't be surprised if Viego's own soul in the blade was the key to destroying him. But that's an issue for future videos. Anyway, that is it for this video, and that's gonna be it for MMO videos for a while. Many people ask me if I feel like I'm oversaturating the MMO videos. And I'd like to say, so far I am only nothing more, nothing less. But from this point on, if I dive into other topics, I feel like there wouldn't be enough content, and I would start going into heavy content. That's not really what I want to do. I want to show people the beauty of Riot's universe. And I want to show people that League lore is really good. It's been really good for about 7 years now. So, because this is going to be my last MMO video for a while, in a classic Riot style, I want to leave you with a montage, a supercut of some of the amazing places which we know exist in this universe. It is going to be nothing but official art from this universe. And should the day come, and should we see the MMO come to fruition in like 8 years, these are gonna be the places I'll go out and look for. So thank you for watching, thank you for reacting. In a decade.
Turret plating will soon fall. An ally has been slain.
If you come here wanting to know if Hades is good, I'll answer that one pretty quickly. Yes, it is. However, this video isn't going to focus at all on any of the more stereotypical, reviewable aspects of the game, and instead we're going to focus exclusively on the mythology that it's based upon, and all the lore that's around it. In this video, we're going to go through virtually everything that Hades has to offer, bit by bit, really looking into the actual, tangible mythology behind each individual element. In doing this, I'm hoping to achieve 3 things. 1, that we'll be able to really gain a comprehensive understanding of what the choices Supergiant made in their creative process. 2, we'll be able to see how closely the myth in the game matches pre-existing established mythology. And most importantly, 3, we'll hopefully learn a fair bit of fun stuff along the way too. So think of this video as like a Hades-specific Greek myth crash course. If you played Hades and definitely wondered about innovations or weapons in my hope is that you'll be able to find here in this video. That being said, I'm sorry to keep you waiting, but there's just a few more things I need to mention. Firstly, this video will contain spoilers. I don't think if you consider any of them itself
Don't even think about it.
Hades has an exceptional narrative that is definitely worth experiencing for yourself. And this video will spoil the events of that narrative. So, if you don't want to be spoiled, here's your warning. Secondly, I'd like to set up to make it in-game codex providing a wee bit of additional info for everything you come across as you play. I'm going to be using this codex as a guide, meaning that for the most part I will cover topics in this video in the same order in which they appear in the codex. This video is pretty long, and as such, each individual part will be timestamped in the description.
Your team has
Meaning that if you want to
destroyed
skip
a turret.
through, watch the previous video, the option is there to make it. that later. Anyway, sorry to keep going on, but I need to bring up two more things. Firstly, I need to mention how I'm going to approach the analysis and say ahead of time that it's all going to depend on context. Nearly everything I talk about will be based, at least initially, at sources. We'll be looking at some more kind of ancient sources, some more informal stuff, and even other more contemporary iterations of the myths in question. It will all depend on what's being said, so no two sections will be the same. And finally, I need to clarify that I am not an expert or an academic. I do have a real interest in this stuff, and I spend a lot of time reading about it, but there's every chance I'm wrong on certain bits here and there. I've researched everything to the best of my ability, but if there's any mistakes or I missed something out, I'm sorry about that. Anyway, I think that's it. I appreciate your patience in letting me get it, and now we can finally jump in and get started. It's only appropriate that our analysis begins with the game's very own namesake, Hades. So when I'm looking at a character like Hades, there are four main things I'm interested in, all of which are based characters, or any allusions to myths or stories throughout the narrative relevant to the story in question. 4, this is the crux of the whole video, how well does all of the above stand up to the actual mythology? Are the portrayals accurate or not? Do they line up with the collective understanding of that character? And ultimately, for every point made, is there mythological precedent for what's brought up? So, in Greek myth, Hades is the god of death, the king of the underworld. He isn't the god of death, however, that's Thanatos, but we'll get to this. The game depicts Hades as being pretty grumpy, if we're going to put it nicely. He's short with everyone around him, bitter at his endless workload, and unless directed at Persephone, has a disregard for affectionate behaviour, as evidenced by his reaction here as Zagreus pets Cerberus. This lines up pretty nicely with the ancient understanding of Hades too. The game states that his name inspires fear and penitence, which is totally true, because back in the day, it was pretty common to euphemize in order to avoid invoking his name directly. 2 examples for you. The first is Polydectes, sometimes rendered as Polydectes, meaning something like one who receives many. You might recognize the poly at the beginning, it's used all the time in English, to have the same meaning of many, like in polygon. This was arguably most famous used by Zeus, which is actually Prometheus bound. But it still isn't as well known as the next euphemism, which is Pluto, essentially meaning the wealthy. This one always seems to bring about a bit of confusion nowadays, because it's so similar to the name of another god, Plutos, who was the god of wealth in Greek myth. But it is worth reinforcing that, at this point, these two were not yet the same god. By the time we got to Roman myth, and Hades became Pluto, the line between Pluton and Plutos was much more blurred. In the game, there are a few instances in which Hades calling Hades god of the dead, god of riches. This last one is tricky, because you could argue, if you were being nitpicky about it, that Hades wasn't technically the god of riches, as we've just discussed. But I think that's being a bit harsh, because he did still have dominion and possession over everything within the earth. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been named Pluton. Plus, by all accounts, this name was in pretty regular use when discussing Hades, probably the most commonly used starting around the 5th century BC, and even being used in the works of Plato and Sophocles. So it's fair to say that his wealth was a well-ingrained part of his myth. But anyway, that's the original point. It's a relatively throwaway phrase, but the game is literally dead on. The name of Hades itself was enough to inspire fear. It's worth mentioning though, despite having some antagonistic traits, Hades isn't inherently evil, in mythology or in this game. I think the depiction of Hades in Disney's Hercules did the collective understanding of the character absolutely no favour, because Hades in mythology was all about balance rather than vengeance. That isn't to say that there isn't precedent implying that Hades was displeased at his lot in life, and in-game, Megaryth does mention the bond between Hades and the other Olympians as fraying. We'll discuss how Hades ended up in the underworld a bit more in the Poseidon section. Anyway, having just discussed his wealth, let's look closer at his design, because the link there is clear. He's covered in gemstones, we don't need any additional analysis. there, we already get that. Two things that are worth mentioning are the skull on his shoulder. Let's start with the beard, specifically the shape of it. The iconography here is probably the most ubiquitous within the game. The logo, if you will, that is specific to the underworld, in particular. Looking at the keepsakes, I think we can just call it the Sigil of the Dead to make it a bit easier. You can find it everywhere. In the House of Hades, on the hilt clasp, on the coins you pick up, and I'm pretty sure that it's just made up for this game, in the sense that you won't find this particular piece of imagery in Greek mythology. That being said, I'm almost certain it's supposed to represent the weapon most associated with Hades in myth, the trident. It's a weird word, much less common than trident, but it's as it sounds, it's just a two-pronged spear. Look at this artwork, for example. It's technically of Pluto, but the point is the same. He's depicted specifically with the bident. Some people also think this might be the reason why. All Typhon's wretched offspring, and surely Zagreus calls him the most hideous monstrosity of all time, which isn't the glory.
An enemy has been slain.
So let's digress a bit. It's not about Hades, but it's far too important not to mention, although I'll try to keep it shortish. According to section, and is for sure considered one of the most beautiful monstrosities ever constructed. There are too many varied descriptions of his appearance to conclusively make a point about it, but my favourite description is from Apollodorus, who said Typhon was so huge that his head brushed the stars, that dragon heads protruded from his hands, and vipers coiled his thighs. Here's a piece of art from 1619 that gives life to this description.
Killing spree.
Typhon was nightmarish enough on his own, but he was also famous for conceiving a fellow monstrosity that and producing considering that his wee dog Cerberus was also one of their children. As for the specific creature this came from, victory! Nonetheless, I love the reasoning behind the design, and it's really fun to bring Typhon into the mix narratively, considering the importance of the parts their monstrous children play throughout Greek myth. The only other main thing about Hades that I haven't discussed yet, and that won't come up later, is the Helm of Darkness. You only see this when you're about to fight him, and Zagreus mentions it the first time you reach the Hades fight, saying that he's touched that he would dust it off on his account. The Helm of Darkness almost sounds too high fantasy to actually be in Greek mythology, but it is. It's just sometimes called other things, like the Helm of Hades or the Cap of Invisibility, which does exactly as it says on the tin, and is the reason why sometimes during the Hades fight, he just vanishes for a few seconds. According to the Bibliotheca, a compendium of myths compiled either in the centuries before or after 0 AD, depending on who you ask, the Helm of Darkness was made for Hades specifically, by the Cyclopes to aid in the Titanomachy, which is the name for the war between the Titans and the gods. Again, something we'll discuss in a bit more length later on. It's pretty interesting to think about mythological artifacts like this, and the knock-on effect that they've had through the medium of storytelling. The Helm of Darkness is pretty cool, and has likely influenced magical headwear through the ages, as silly as that sounds, from other mythologies to modern-day fantasy. A more concrete example of this happening can be found if you look at the Ring of Gyges, a magical ancient artifact brought up chiefly in Plato's Republic, which would grant the wearer invisibility, just like the Helm of Darkness. I don't know if there's a link between the two, but there might be. Does that sound familiar though? A ring granting invisibility? Whether or not there's a link between Tolkien and Plato is up for debate, but here's something else worth considering. It's well known that Tolkien was an expert in Old Norse, and based a lot of his writing on that branch of myth. If we're still talking rings, the one from Norse mythology that pops into my mind is the Andvaranite, or Andvari's Gift, a cursed ring that would bring misfortune upon its bearer. Again, I'm not saying there's definitely a link, but it's worth thinking about, right? This is why mythology is so fascinating. Anyway, I think we spent more than enough time with Hades. I should move on, or this video will literally never end.
I see. I appreciate your candor. Nevertheless, I thank you. I do not know how you accomplished what you did, but know that I am grateful for the outcome, even if I fail to act like it most of the time.
Next up is Nyx, easily one of the best characters in the game, and almost definitely my favourite design. As her description makes clear, Nyx is Night Incarnate, a physical embodiment of the concept of night. You would describe Nyx as a primordial deity, pretty much all of whom represent a realm, or at least some sort of large-scale idea. The first primordial deity was Chaos, who has a whole section later on. From Chaos sprung Nyx, Gaia, the Earth, and also Tartarus and Erebus, who, as you know if you've played the game, are better known as locations. But we'll get to that further down the line. There's a bit more to it than that. These primordial gods, as the name suggests, predate the gods that make up the Olympian pantheon that most people are familiar with by a long while, essentially having been around since the dawn of time. This is something the game brings up a fair amount, and can be seen in how Hades and Nyx interact. Hades may be in charge, but by no means is Nyx lesser to him, and she is not to be trifled with. Lines of dialogue like this are why she's such a good character. Interestingly, it isn't brought up in the game, but this formidable nature of hers also extended as far as Zeus, the king of the gods, who feared and revered Nyx, but we'll get to that when we discuss Hypnos. One other thing worth bringing up is another word to describe all of the gods in this first section, which is chthonic. This gets used plenty in the game because a fair few of the people who kick about your house are chthonic deities. This word comes from the Greek chthon, which I've almost definitely pronounced wrong, and basically means of the earth. If we're really simplifying it, the best way to understand what a chthonic god is just to think about whether or not they predominantly hang out in the underworld. A few of the chthonic deities you meet in this game are actually Nyx's children, as you can see in the codex description. It's also worth bringing up that the game hints at a disconnect between the chthonic gods and the Olympians in this piece of dialogue from Athena. It's hard to say how much this is based in truth, though. The success of the game's narrative hinges on tension between the underworld and the Olympians. But even though you get infighting amongst the gods in mythology, I don't know if there's much to suggest a divide like the one depicted in this game. That's fine though, you can take liberties with mythology, half the joy of it is seeing how depictions differ and evolve over time. Anyway, back to Nyx. As much as her design is excellent, I don't think there's actually really anything to discuss, for a pretty good reason. There's not much to base her off. You're hardly going to struggle looking for historical depictions of Hades, but Nyx is, to be honest, a minor character in comparison, and one who has been personified in art and sculpture, as you can see, albeit not frequently enough for a preconceived idea of her appearance to exist in our collective subconscious. In the excellent set of no-clip documentaries covering the development and release of Hades, Greg Kasavin, the creative director for Supergiant Games, said this.
Now that the game is out there and folks have played it and seen what it's like, I get to talk a little bit more openly about one of the aspects of the world building and the story that I've been so excited about, which is that we get to depict some of these characters from Greek myth that I don't think have ever been rendered in like modern media before. Hypnos or Nyx, or certainly Zagreus is not a character you have necessarily learned about in your one, Greek mythology session in elementary school.
Because of this dearth of reference points, Supergiant used what little info there is on Nyx to build a character. For example, she's the mother of half the underworld figures you'll come across, so making her motherly, having characters call her Mother Nyx, all makes sense. That sounds almost too obvious to bring up, but details surrounding any personality she may have had are so scant. Design-wise, the starry effect in her hair, the lunar pauldrons, they all look amazing, but are basically just modern creative control, and realistically, there was nothing else they ever could have been. Heading back to her maternal nature, there's one more thing worth talking about in that regard. In a conversation with Achilles, he mentions a few other of her children: Strife, Misery, and Doom. Technically, we'll discuss Strife later, but the point is that a lot of Nyx's children are best described as personifications of concepts. Even Hypnos and Thanatos are just meant to represent and explain the phenomena of sleep and death. So it's similar in a way to the primordial gods, but on a smaller scale, I guess. You get an amazing list of some of these personified deities in Book 6 of Virgil's Aeneid, which, although written in Roman times, not Greek, is still an amazing mythological resource. Book 6 in particular, as it's entirely based around the underworld. And as a personal favourite of mine, it's going to come up a fair few times in this video. Anyway, look at these 4 lines taken from a really excellent 2020 translation by Shadi Barch. At the entrance, in Orcus' very jaws, grief and vengeful sorrow made their beds, and pale diseases, sad old age, fear, and ill-advising hunger, and shameful poverty. This list does actually go on a wee while longer, but I think that's enough for now. This is from the part when Aeneas is entering the underworld, and these are all the things he sees around him. None of these are strife, misery, or doom, but some of these are also considered Nyx's children, old age or Geras, being perhaps the most prominent. The point is, though, that this is fascinating because it's an insight into how scary and nebulous concepts used to be rationalized and explained, which with modern retrospect is hugely common in Greek myth. Even Nyx was simply a way of rationalizing the nighttime, just as her daughter Hemera was a way of rationalizing the daytime. Therefore, the fact the supergiant managed to give Nyx such life, to make what was previously little more than a concept so interesting, is astounding.
Minions have spawned.
Without some truth to it, but no, my child. My reason for helping you is simpler than that. It is because I love you. You may not be born of me, but I raised you like one of my own. And I have cared for you as I am capable.
I sunder the natural cycle so that all may be preserved.
Thank you for everything.
Next, we have the main character, Zagreus is maybe the most complex character of this, because the myth surrounding him is all a bit jumbled. There's more than one version, and I don't think knowledge of him is at all common, so I guess what we're looking to find out is if his portrayal in-game matches any of these esoteric myths. Let's have a look then. Firstly, what is Zagreus? In-game, Achilles writes in the Codex that he thinks Zagreus is the god of blood, of life, as a way of explaining the link between him and Thanatos, two opposites inexorably drawn. I think this is really cool because Greek mythology doesn't really have a god of either blood or life, and it makes sense in the story, especially if you look at blood as having both a literal and more symbolic meaning. He seems to be the only god who bleeds red. Alecto calls him red blood consistently, and Hades even calls it an aberration at one point, which is a bit harsh, but pretty on brand for him. Bleeding red is definitely seen, but in Greek myth, gods actually bleed a special kind of blood, ichor. In popular culture, it seems that ichor is generally considered to be gold, but I think that that's mostly because that's how it's described in the first Genesis. Although that isn't without precedent. Gold is the color associated most frequently with power and immortality, evidenced by things like the Golden Fleece or the Apples of the Hesperides. But there isn't really much in ancient sources that I can find to suggest that ichor had a specific color. It's possible that his blood is red because in the game he is still mortal. Persephone, his mother, is half god, half mortal in the game, so that makes Zagreus quarter-mortal too. His parentage manifested in his heterochromia, one eye representing each parent, so it isn't outside the realm of possibility that he could bleed normally if taking after his mother's side. The other, more conceptual side of blood relates to the idea of family, which is the game's most prevalent overarching theme. The whole thing is about finding Persephone, developing bonds with others, helping to settle old scores, fostering an environment in which healthy relationships can bloom and blossom. The closest thing Greek myth has to a family god is probably either Hera or Hestia, both of whom we'll chat about briefly later on, but the kind of stuff we just mentioned above wasn't exactly in there either. It's connected to what I said earlier. Greek myth doesn't have a god of blood or life, but does sometimes consider Zagreus to be the god of rebirth. It goes without saying that that fact makes the roguelike genre seem like the only choice. Rebirth definitely has a link to blood and life, and arguably was also taken into account in the game when you learn that Zagreus was stillborn but revived. Most of the Zagreus rebirth stuff is pretty confusing though, and makes Zagreus have a very different background than what you see in the game. So we'll actually discuss that stuff when we get to Dionysus later on. Essentially, the latter half of that section will end up being Zagreus Part 2. As for other elements of godhood we can bring up in this Part 1, Zagreus is also considered a god of hunting, just like Artemis. And speaking of arguments, he actually tells Zagreus that his name means Unsurprisingly, Supergiant have done their research, as you can see on screen. Wherever possible, I'm going to try and avoid pronouncing Greek to preserve what little of my dignity remains. There's actually another possible etymology, but both are clearly based on hunting, so there's not much to argue about. I don't think this element of Eurydice that he's surprised she's heard of him at all. And Theseus calls him a nameless, minor god born of spirits. Which just seems like an insult, but I'm convinced that he's originally to reference how arcane, ambiguous, and little known Zagreus is. Here's an example. During a Supergiant panel at PAX West 2019, Greg Kasavin says this.
Wait, what if we start in the underworld and it's about getting out of hell, down into hell, and you're the son of freaking Hades because there's like a scrap of mythology suggesting that he has a son, and we're all like, wait, that sounds pretty cool.
Is most likely from a fragment of a lost play by Aeschylus. So yeah, even in research, the character of Zagreus was essentially built off scraps. But that, in a way, is perfect. For pretty much everyone who plays Hades, Zagreus is going to be a blank canvas, because unlike characters with more comprehensive mythology and more established traits and personalities from other modern media, Supergiant were able to basically make Zagreus whatever they wanted, without really having any baggage around making him a certain way, and this worked strongly in their favor. Like this, it's tough to fact-check some characters because of how much creative license had to be taken. For example, in-game Zagreus has fiery feet, and I have not found a single iota of evidence that would have informed this choice from any myth, not just in Zagreus-specific stuff. But that's okay. Zagreus as a character is still deeply steeped in pre-existing myth. Some of it just happens to be myth that isn't as much to do with it, but that's still Following on from Zagreus, we have Charon. You can see Charon's descriptor as Stygian boat. Just in case you don't know, Stygian is the antiviral form of Styx, or the river Styx, which is the river Charon is children, and as such, is technically a god. To me, we've never seen God. This might sound weird, but I think it's because he's so exclusively associated with his work. More than any other deity I can think of in Greek myth. There is no Charon without his boat, and essentially no context that I can find in any myth linked to him ferrying people back and forth. It almost seems a noble job for a god, but there's no indication of Charon expressing discontentment for it. In the game, Nyx mentions that Charon has always been among the least dependent, and he's always content to steer his boat. She also mentions that Charon serves only this realm, and that seems to totally line up with actual myth. He ferries people to the underworld and minds his own business. What a guy. There's actually a word to describe characters like Charon, figures in mythology whose job it is to help facilitate the newly deceased entering the underworld, and that word is psychopomp. It's an absolutely incredible word. I mean, sounds ridiculous. This actually has no real link to the game. Psychopomp as a word is never mentioned in games as far as I know. But I have to tell you about it, because not only does it sound hilarious, it has the coolest etymology of basically any word. As you can see on screen, it means soul conduct. It's just amazing. But there's actually basically no better way to explain what it really does. And let's look a bit deeper into the logistics of what that actually entails. In the game, Charon runs a shop. Unsurprisingly, he does not run a wee riverside stall and Charon handling the money matters in this game is definitely the most logical choice. Looking at his design, you can see all the coins hanging from round him. These are called obols. Basically, the idea behind this was that when you died in ancient Greece, you needed payment for Charon to ferry you to the and as such, an obol was placed on the tongue of the deceased prior to burial, and it was believed that this would be used to secure passage. This is referenced in the game. Scum has the obol still in his mouth, for example. And you can also see a coin in the mouths of these skulls that appear just above the
ally has been slain.
On top of this, it mentions to Zagreus that everything is an exchange with Charon. So even though we never really see Charon carry the dead in Hades, there are sufficient references to that element of his job. Although, I don't think there's much in mythology to support the fact that Charon hoards the money he collects, as the game suggests. As for Charon's appearance, there's no avoiding the fact that he is creepy as fuck. In Hades, everyone also thinks he is creepy as fuck. Ares calls him that foul boat, Poseidon calls him disturbing, even the fearsome Cerberus keeps his distance. Charon in mythology is also a little bit creepy, but a bit less so than in the game. For starters, a lot of ancient sources describe his facial features, which are mostly obscured in the books. As an example, if we head back to the Aeneid, we get this description. A sordid god. Down from his hairy chin, a length of beard descends. His eyes... Charon is also depicted in art quite often, which lets us get a few different ideas about what his appearance could be. In these two, he mostly just looks like a normal, old, haggard guy. Which again has definite precedent. He's mentioned as being old in works by both Euripides and Seneca, and to be honest, loads of others. That being said, I think the way Charon was depicted is actually my favourite version I've ever seen, and sums up the enigmatic nature of the character better than any other iteration. There's only one last thing to bring up here though, which is that he doesn't really speak in the game, he just kind of moans at it. Achilles writes in the Codex that Charon isn't much for conversation, and Nyx says to Zagreus that he should not mistake his lack of speech for lack of cleverness. This is a cool aspect of his character that totally works in the context of the game, but I'm pretty sure it's just made up. I don't think Charon is the chattiest personage in Greek myth. When depicted in history, poetry, or theatre, he still spoke. He has a speaking part in the Aristophanes comedy The Frogs, and heading back to the Aeneid, he shouts at Aeneas and the Sibyl, demanding to know why they put to his riverbank. So yeah, when it comes to Charon, it's a mixed bag accuracy-wise, but thankfully there isn't much correlation between accuracy and quality. It's like I said in the same way. And the chances are pretty incredible.
Service as a part of my round in attempt at getting out of here. What would I have done without your words like this many times? Besides, dying a lot faster. I miss every word.
This section is going to be a bit different to the first four, because here I'm going to basically discuss two characters at once, those two being Hypnos and Thanatos. That might seem a bit weird, but I think it makes more sense. To be totally honest, although Hypnos and Thanatos seem like they play a pretty substantial role in how the underworld functions, they are minor gods in comparison in actual mythology. And on top of that, they tend to be linked with each other. As such, I'll put them both together. So, Hypnos is sleep incarnate and Thanatos is peaceful, to be specific. Achilles mentions in the Codex that it is said that he is the prison of death, by which he was most likely referring to the lyrics of New York State of Mind. Can't be a coincidence that you get the word ill in both Achilles and Ilmatic. Kidding aside, they're actually brothers, not cousins, and are inextricably connected. Unsurprisingly, to die and sleep twice within a few years. It's also worth bringing up this painting by John William Waterhouse, Sweet of his half-brother death. You can see that despite he persisted in art to this day, really. Which is also why I found it interesting that they made Hypnos and Thanatos so different in Hades. In a second we'll discuss each of them individually, but when it comes to mythological precedent for how they interact together, the general vibe you get is efficient teamwork, the best example of which is probably to do with the death of the hero Sodom, who fought alongside the Trojans during the Trojan War. I won't go into Trojan War stuff now, obviously we'll discuss that more when we get to Achilles and Patroclus, But the point is that after Sarpedon was killed in
An
battle,
ally has
his
been
corpse was
slain.
recovered by Apollo and given over to Hypnos and Thanatos, who together transported into Lycia. This all happens in the Iliad, and is famously depicted in the Stars
Your
painting.
team has destroyed
On either side, carrying the body. Hypnos and Thanatos were generally pretty benevolent gods, so this isn't a surprising scene. When it comes to in-game interactions between the two, the dynamic is pretty exclusively Hypnos being Hypnos, and Thanatos and everyone else being annoyed with Hypnos. Nyx even checks with Zagreus if Hypnos' disposition bothers him. Thanatos also says that he doesn't know what's worse, dying repeatedly or Hypnos. Obviously, by the end, it's clear that the two brothers love each other, and that the reasoning for the in-game dynamic is just like with the other characters who are based on insufficient or
An
fragmented.
ally has been slain.
It just makes it interesting. Hypnos and Thanatos honestly you see in the game, so I like the dynamic. Having Sick Field and Death Field series makes total sense. Now though, we'll discuss a wee bit about the starting off. Firstly, I mentioned during the next section earlier that there was some drama between her and Zeus. Basically, there just isn't much to talk about regarding it. I'm just going to go into involvement. So, Zeus and Hera are the king and queen of the gods, but they don't have the best relationship. Hera wanted to trick Zeus, and as part of the trick, asked Hypnos to make him fall asleep, so she could wreak a bit of havoc. When Zeus woke up, he had a proper tantrum and tried to hunt Hypnos down, but Hypnos took refuge with his mom, Nyx. This ended up being a great plan, because even the all-powerful Zeus was too scared of Nyx to start any shit with her, so he basically had to give up on his revenge, which is pretty much the only time that ever happens. There's no real analysis to be had here regarding the game. In fact, Hypnos even mentions that Nyx, so I guess there's fun. It's just a fun story. We will look at one more thing regarding Hypnos' appearance. We've already looked at an ancient vase painting and a more modern painting depicting Hypnos, neither of which share any obvious likeness with the Hypnos in Hades, but the one thing I think was a really great but subtle touch was the copies on each part. If we actually look at the ancient copies being too, Hypnos was always associated with the opposite suffering. It's not surprising. It's also felt that the entrance of the cave Hypnos lived in within the underworld was the original object. This was also like as for Thanatos, there is a story regarding
an enemy has been slain
into the Sisyphus section, but here are the main things I want to go into are also at the start. First, I want to discuss the big story. I might be wrong, so let me know if I am, but I don't think there's a single record of Thanatos ever wielded. If we're talking scythes in Greek mythology, you can't look past the one used by Kronos, Lord of the Titans, which we'll chat about in the next section. However, in this instance, this is obviously meant to be a reference to the Grim Reaper. Nothing to do with Greek myth, but still a sensible choice. The Grim Reaper is another example of a psychopomp, like Charon, and in a way, Thanatos is too. The Grim Reaper and Thanatos are both just personifications of death, so giving in-game Thanatos the weapon most commonly associated with death nowadays is just the obvious thing to do, although it isn't something you'll find interesting. The other thing I wanted to mention is to do with butterflies. Is a butterfly, and I just thought it would be interesting to look into what that represents. The ancient Greek word for butterfly also happens to be something we've already looked at in this video, and just mentioned a few sentences ago. Psyche, which also means soul. These aren't just accidental homonyms, the connection is intentional, as the ancient Greeks definitely conflated the two and believed that butterflies represented the soul. Psyche was even the name of the Greek mythology, who, although once mortal, was the goddess of the soul, and was often depicted with butterfly wings. There is even more reference to this idea in-game, as you can see here in the Codex, when you look at the Soul Catcher enemy, which is surrounded by butterflies. Given Thanatos' role as death incarnate and potential psychopomp, associating him with the soul makes perfect sense. These two gods are tricky to look into, because there are bits and pieces that link to mythology, but like Nyx and Zagreus, most of who they are is modern creative control. However, looking into it a bit deeper, you can tell that Supergiant knew what they were doing and integrated what they could.
You need to focus, brother, or it'll
An
be
enemy
Lord
has
Hades
been
representing
slain.
you again.
Thanos and Thanatos as a duo, we're going to look at our next set of characters, the Furies. I'm going to discuss them as a group. So, who are the Furies? In the game, they're called Megara, Electro,
An enemy has been slain.
I'd also like to just say that although calling them the Furies is totally fine, it's arguably not the most correct word to use. That award would go to the difficult to pronounce Erenuse, which is mentioned a few times in the game as you can see. Furies is a bit easier to say and spell, so there's nothing wrong with Hades using that instead. One other really fascinating euphemism for them is the Humanities, meaning the kindly ones, which definitely seems like a throwback to the alternate name for Hades from earlier. You know, the whole trying not to say the name of the scary god.
An enemy has been slain.
You can see an example of this looking at the title of the third part of the Oresteia, written by Nicholas. This was a set of plays based upon the story of Orestes, a character from Greek who had a famous name. I won't go into the story, but here's a painting depicting the bit where Orestes is. Anyway, that name for him isn't used in the story, but it's interesting. Next up is the question of their parents, which is kind of up for debate. Some ancient sources claim Nyx as their parent, like Ovid and Virgil, but the game sticks with the version that I learned as a kid, the much more mythical. In Tisiphoni's Codex entry, it mentions that the Furies came from the split blood of the eldest of the Titans. The eldest Titan in question was Uranus, a primordial deity the Earth were parents of the first proper generation of Titans, which I guess is why they're referred to So he took his cycle, which I mentioned from when we discussed Thanatos, with it straightened and thus killed. And from it emerged the Erenuse, embodiments of vengeance born. There's another bit of dialogue where Meg references this, saying we'll get more into Titans soon, by the way, if you're a bit confused about who exactly they are. Regardless, I'm dead chuffed that the game elected to go with this version of Meg. I'm not surprised. Sources existing, this is generally considered the default version. Anyway, moving on, the design for these three is excellent, and they all look kind of similar. They share certain features like their one wing, their whips. Obviously, they each have a colour, blue, red, green. To differentiate, I don't think the red is ever released. Which is where that comes from, and why Megara's chthonic companion is a bat. I'm not actually sure why they only have one wing each. You can see this in the translation that maybe it's something to signify that they aren't at full power alone and they're all stronger together, but to be fair, I'm just making this up, so that could be totally wrong. As for whips, there is actually precedent. They're being mentioned and both of which you can see on screen. But to be fair, are supposedly meant to be wrongdoers. A whip just seems like the sensible choice, precedent or not. My personal favourite piece of calls Megara an old crone, which she very clearly isn't. This is just a tongue-in-cheek reference to what the Furies looked like in most ancient sources, which is pretty much half crone, half non-conservative. We'll bring that up a little bit more when we talk about Pacific. So, now we know a bit of background info about the Furies, let's learn a tiny bit about each of them. Megara is one of the major characters in the game, but like a lot of the other comic books, isn't exactly a household name nowadays. Hearing the name Megara, I think you'd be more likely to think of this guy. a Greek verb meaning to begrudge or to envy, so there is overlap with what she focuses on. Next up, the V descriptor is tormentor of passions, which is essentially what Cobra says as well. So she punishes people for collective wrongful acts, the pest of their impulse and actions. I found her portrayal of Hades really funny, in a good way, because what she predominantly focuses on punishing is actually
Your team has destroyed an
literally in ancient Greek, and it is generally agreed that anger is what is unceasing, invisible heat. There's a punishing the very same thing. The Codex also mentions that she's not allowed in the House of Hades.
A summoner has disconnected. Victory!
Juno, the Roman version of Hera, basically asks Alecto to help incite a war amongst the Trojans. Virgil describes Alecto as really horrible. Even her father Pluto and her hellish sisters hate this monster. So many are her awful forms. And then a few lines later, she does this. Now Alecto flung a snake from her black hair. It pierced Amata, then plunged deep into her heart, to derange her into ruining her own home. Basically, Alecto goes on to do some pretty naughty stuff, and maybe this is what the game is trying to allude to, because the bloodlust that Alecto inflicted Amata with was not retribution, but instead the first strike, the very antithesis of what she's supposed to do. I have no idea if this is correct, and if this is the insubordination she was punished for, but I'm gonna see it as canon. Why not? Finally, Tisiphone. Her motivations are the easiest to figure out, considering 99% of what she says is murder or murderer. The origin of her name is just like the other two, linked to her duty, but hers is actually a compound word of vengeance and murder. The main thing that differentiates Tisiphone, though, is how much scarier she is than her two sisters, how sunken and inhuman she looks. There isn't really any convincing ancient precedent for this, unfortunately. The closest thing I could find was this mention of Tisiphone from Statius's Thebaid, where he says, "The cruel goddess turned her grim visage." But that's about it. When you look up the Furies, the most consistent feature you actually seem to come across is them having snakes for hair. It was mentioned in that short passage from the Aeneid we just saw, the one about Alecto, and there's another example on screen here. Greek myth, to be frank, just loves putting snakes on stuff. Think back to Typhon, right at the start of this video, his limbs coiled with snakes. Obviously, the biggest culprits here are the Gorgons, but we'll get to them later on. But yeah, in the actual myth, there's a lot more to Tisiphone than just saying the same two words and looking terrifying. But if I went into absolutely everything about every character, we'd be here forever. So let's just move on to our final chthonic god, Chaos.
Hi.
Zagreus.
No, wait, just the first part. No murderer, just Zagreus. Or, let's see, how about happy? Can you say happy? That's not happy.
This was a weird one, because writing about Chaos is simultaneously the hardest and easiest thing in this entire video. It's easy in the sense that there isn't actually that much to talk about, and difficult in that exact same sense. Chaos is described as the primordial originator, the source of all things, the progenitor of literally everything, and there isn't much more to it than that. For a bit more context, here's another wee snippet from the NoClip documentaries, in which Greg Kasavin and Darren Korb, audio director at Supergiant, discuss Chaos.
So I had to trace that all the way back down their family tree, and it ends with primordial chaos. There's nothing before that. So it felt really good to be able to take this character, come up with our take on it, and on them, I should say, and put them in our game.
Oh, dang. Oh, shit.
It's early, but it's pretty exciting.
Sweet.
Yeah. I'm basically like, oh,
it's like super messed up.
It's like a Final Fantasy last boss.
Yeah, it kind of is.
I'm down with that.
Oh, I'm so down.
Yeah, it's gonna be wild, right?
Yeah, it's gonna be awesome.
Be expecting that.
Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry in to get our best deals of the season. Get in and get away. Get 0% APR on the 2023 Elantra, plus 0 payments for 90 days. Visit buyhyundai.com today.
Today, let's continue this celebration by protecting ourselves and our loved ones with an updated vaccine that protects against both the original COVID virus and Omicron.
Describing the appearance of Chaos as being a Final Fantasy end boss is pretty hysterical, and totally accurate, but how much does Chaos's appearance actually match up with mythological precedent? The answer is, I don't know. I have no idea. I was not able to find more than one shred of evidence that Chaos had ever been personified, or given a proper physical description, and as such, it's basically impossible to say. The same goes for modern interpretations too, there's virtually nothing. The only thing that may have even slightly informed the design choice is this section from Ovid's Metamorphoses, when he sort of explains Chaos. He says, "It was a rude and undeveloped mass, that nothing made except a ponderous weight, and all discordant elements confused, were there congested in the shape." To put it indelicately, Chaos does look pretty batshit, so it's possible that this vague description served as inspiration. But what they ended up coming up with is pretty astounding. Like, cast your mind back to the Nyx section, when I first discussed that primordial deities normally represent a realm. Chaos is one of those who just always stayed as a realm or a concept, in contrast to figures like Gaia, and perhaps even Eros, who have been depicted in art and myth much more frequently. Thus, with Chaos, there's no precedent for their personality, their relationship with Nyx or Zagreus, anything like that. So here, my there is still one the moment in the game where Zagreus asks Chaos. Chaos mentions that everything simply came to be, and so did they, presumably after a former time had reached its end. Chaos also mentions later, in reference to what they just said, that perhaps they too had just expired, only to reawaken. What I'm struggling to figure out is, if even just tentatively, this is linked to the trinket that Chaos gives you, the Cosmic Egg. Believe it or not, the Cosmic Egg, also known as the World Egg, is an integral part of creation stories and cosmogonies the world over. To really oversimplify it, it's a motif in which an egg, or something egg-like, represents the beginning of a universe, and a primordial being, or something similar, hatches from it, and thus creates the world. I find it weird that Chaos would give you a reference to creation myth, but he himself is not. Maybe I'm getting this wrong, it isn't something I know too much about. Applying pre-existing creation myths to Chaos, there are two options, and neither are the egg one. The first, based off the myth alone, would imply ex nihilo creation from nothing. Suddenly Chaos just appeared, and there was nothing before him, pretty much like what happens in Genesis. What Chaos says in the game, however, about a former time reaching its end, or him being reborn, seems to line up mostly with emergence as a myth. The idea of, well, emerging from the previous world into the current world. I'm not really sure, but I don't think him and the trinket gives you. I'm a bit out of my depth here, to be entirely honest. It could totally be the case that there's a link between Chaos and creation myth that I'm not picking up on. I mean, if you know about this kind of stuff, please let me know in the comments below. I would love to hear a bit more about this. Anyway, let's move on. This section was a bit shorter, but looking at the length of the video, I don't think that's an issue. Now things get a bit easier, because we're not really dealing with steel varieties anymore. It's time to have a look at the Olympics. accounts, he was not the nicest guy. Hades calls him a blasted little rat, which is probably a good way to sum it up. Zagreus also notes that Zeus acts impulsively at times and deals with the consequences later, which is also the perfect way to describe who he is.
An enemy has been slain.
In particular. It seems that nowadays, one of the things most people seem to know about Zeus, the most prevailing fact, is that he was famed for his promiscuity. In myth, you tend to get the impression that his philandering is supposed to be regarded as playful, almost comical. This is because in Greek mythology there's a real sort of uncomfortable grey area where stories tend to conflate or perhaps equate seduction with rape. But this isn't that surprising, considering ancient Greece was a deeply patriarchal society. What a large proportion of these stories come down to is a woman, either mortal or divine, minding her own business, when a man, usually divine and usually Zeus, is rendered helpless by her story is often framed there are so many examples of this into the stories of Io, Alchemy, Leda, Europa. I mean, Zeus's capture of Europa is something to the queen in Greece, which is absolutely amazing. You'll get some people who say that these stories were honored to be courted by the queen of the gods. But let's not forget, these stories were written by blokes, not just originally, but in translation too. And you can tell. Let's look at a few examples. The main thing worth discussing here is Homer's Odyssey, the classic to end all classics. The Odyssey has been translated a billion times, and every time it was translated again, it was translated by a man. It was 2017 before an English translation of the Odyssey written by a woman was published by classicist Dr. Emily Wilson, and she brings to light some really interesting points about how parts of the story have been historically translated with a definite male bias. Dr. Wilson made an excellent Twitter thread explaining this, which I'll link to in the description, because I'm only going to speak about a small section of it, and it refers to Book 22 of the Odyssey, and specifically the slave woman killed by Telemachus under the orders of Odysseus, his father. She goes on to explain that originally the words used to describe these women were not inherently misogynistic, but almost all translations tend to be so anyway. The Fables version she mentioned is the first one I ever read, and uses the terms sluts and whores, where there was practically no need translated in 1996. And you can see in the other translations too, sluts, creatures, all placed there when the original term didn't carry that implication. That was added somewhere along the way, the original meaning became lost. The other thing she adds is the element of victim blaming that we were just discussing. She mentions that it's portrayed as if it's their own fault they've been killed, despite not doing anything wrong, as if treatment like this is normal, casual even. I'd recommend reading the rest of the thread, because she gives further examples of how the translation's victim blaming better than I ever could. So I'm just going to move on to one more example of this sort of ingrained misogyny within the mythos, but it isn't to do with Zeus. Instead, it's the story of Apollo and Cassandra, called the Aesop's tragedy Agamemnon. The real basics are that Apollo was smitten with a princess named Cassandra, and said he'd give her the gift of prophecy if he would sleep with her. She accepted, but then decided against it. Apollo was furious at being spurned, so he cursed her and made it so that no one would ever believe anything. The way this story is told often makes it seem like she deserves the punishment. Supergiant of misogyny and instead condemning it. This is how they did it. Throughout the game, you don't find too much misogyny, save for Zeus and Poseidon. Zeus calls Nyx a catch and a concubine, which is funny considering the myth we looked at in the Hypnos section. He also dismisses Aphrodite out of hand in this example on screen, as if she can't handle the situation. We'll learn about this when we get to the Aphrodite section, but Nyx and Aphrodite are, compared to Zeus, elder gods. But to him, they are lesser, partly in station, but mostly by way of their gender. However, the manner in which Zeus has been written in the game is that he has absolutely no self-awareness, that he's pretty impetuous, and that although he's in charge, he's not really worth listening to. As Hades said, he's a brat. The point is, Supergiant were really smart about it and did a bit of much-needed modeling. They made Zeus an oblivious self-aggrandizing sexist bigot, which is pretty much the perfect way to portray him, because it makes you treat his mythologically accurate misogynistic outbursts as they should be treated, with nothing but disdain.
I've done everything. Enemy double kill. An ally has been slain.
I suppose even down in the underworld you would have heard such tales of me, young man. They're all untrue. Except the tales of my brain. Those are completely
So, in preparation for this video, I rewatched my entire playthrough of Hades, over 100 hours worth, taking notes on the dialogue and things I could discuss when it came to each specific character. I'm not sure how this happened exactly, but I barely wrote anything down for Poseidon. I'm not sure why this is. Maybe it's because a lot of the stuff to do with him ended up being more pertinent to the character, or actually just a separate account of things that you discussed a little bit, and then discussed a bit about the Titans, because Poseidon is directly connected to that, although he doesn't personally bring it up much compared to Zeus. So that part will also be a bit of a continuation of the Zeus section. I think I'm overcomplicating it. Anyway, Poseidon, who is he? He is, as you likely already know, the god of the sea. He is also the god of earth, which is why the Codex calls him the Earthshaker. There is actual precedent for this specific name, though. Kind of like the Hades euphemism, you also find epithets referring to Poseidon. You can see two of the most common ones on screen, both of which pretty much translate as Earthshaker. He was also called Earthshaker in the Percy Jackson books, so there's similar ground. But where Hades and Percy Jackson differ is how Poseidon is depicted personality-wise. In the Percy Jackson books, probably the media in which Poseidon has been most prominently featured in recent memory, he is ultimately a nice guy. Still a distant parent, still with unsavory godlike traits, but all in all, he's very far from being willfully cruel or villainous. Hades understandably paints a less complimentary There's a lot in common. Although it's not strict, if you want to but you get the point. Again, the Codex says that Hades equates the two, and they are both proud, impulsive, and pretty pig-headed, so I think that's a pretty legit reading. Design-wise, Poseidon looks excellent. He looks nothing like Zeus, really, but they share elements is easily the horse/seahorse crown. Something you'll notice from the Jackson that seems a bit weird is that he is also the god of horses. Now, pinning down myths around this topic is not quite enough. Despite the fact that there are loads of references to horses being connected to Poseidon in mythology, it's just getting back a bit of disagreement when it comes to the details. For example, a really famous myth featuring Poseidon says that a witch god basically they both present gifts to the city, and whoever's gift is most useful is the winner. Athena invented the olive tree as a Poseidon either which wasn't wasn't useful because it was salty water, or created the horse. In other stories, he directly fathers horses, as opposed to inventing them, and these included the famous steeds Arion
Turret
and
plating
Pegasus,
will soon fall.
although Pegasus was actually a bit more indirect, as we'll see when we talk about Medusa. As a little tangent, if you've ever seen Disney's Hercules, which we've already mentioned twice, you'll know that Hercules rode Pegasus, but that actually has next to no zoological precedent. Pegasus was actually predominantly associated with another Greek hero called Bellerophon. But anyway, there's more to decide on the horses. Let's move on to a topic that gets brought up a lot in games, but never really gets discussed. The Titans. We've been at the last of the basics here, not going to it's just in the Titans game, you'll get moments where Zeus brings up the Titans. Hades actually brings it up too, but credits his sisters, unlike Zeus. Titan blood as an item also plays a role in the game, and the Codex mentions that the Titans once ruled all between heaven and earth, but they were dispatched by their offspring, the Olympians. This gives you an idea of what happened, but it's going to be made a bit easier if we look at a family tree quickly. We've mentioned Gaia and Uranus already in the earlier sections, the primordial gods representing the earth and the sky. They had 12 children called the Titans, but don't get too caught up in the name and start thinking that they were different to the gods, because they weren't really that different. They were just a set of gods that came before the Olympians. If you remember from when we discussed before, one of these children, Kronos, conspired with his mom to kill his dad, and thus came the Age of the Titans. It was a simple transfer of power. As you can see from the diagram, Kronos and his sister Rhea went on to have 6 children, 3 of whom we've already looked at. However, it had been prophesied that just as Uranus had been deposed by his own child, so would Kronos be deposed by his own. And as such, he took to an unusual habit, eating his kids. There's a good chance you've seen the Goya painting depicting this. Really what he did was swallow them whole, according to Hesiod's Theogony. It would have been a bit grim even for Greek men, for him to properly chew on his babies. But he thought that if he did this, his power would be that is, until child number 6, Zeus. He had fooled Kronos by feeding him a swaddled dog instead of a child. It's mad to think he didn't notice this, but this is another really iconic scene that you can see in these ancient urn paintings and carvings. This stone was later known as the Omphalos stone, and was eventually placed at Delphi, believed in ancient Greece to be the center of the world. Although more importantly, it became a major plot point in God of War 3. That bit was pretty cool. Anyway, Zeus was raised in secret, maybe by a goat called Amalthea, maybe not. I'll let you look that up yourself. Eventually, he came because they were immortal, a decade-long. The younger generation this is mentioned in the game by both Zeus and Zagreus. Zeus says that Hades got the short end of the stick, which sounds more like a metaphor, but it's actually pretty literal. Zagreus also says they drew lots, which, considering the importance of the situation, seems a bit hasty. Sorry to go on so long, but this is how Zeus ended up with dominion over the sky, Hades with dominion over the underworld, and Poseidon with dominion over the sea. And with that, let's finally move on. The actual answer is that they are both war gods, but Ares is a bit more ambiguous. One way to explain it is that they both represent different elements. Ares representing the slaughter, and the wise Athena representing strategy and tactics. Looking at Homer's Iliad, here is a moment that illustrates this difference in personality, focusing on Ares. The Iliad basically deals with Trojan, and in this war, Ares eventually starts to strength of their hands straight up, as violent Ares defending the Trojans, and Dark Knight the battle, and passed everywhere. Athena also has been slain. It is arguably best known for so here's a quote from the Aeneid. The leaders of the Greeks, accused by the fates, build a horse of mountainous size through Pallas's divine art. So that's pretty cool. Keeping that quote in mind, I expect to see the game reference the term Pallas to refer to Athena. Achilles uses it in the Codex to describe her, and the way it's written, Pallas Athena, is a remarkably common way of referring to her. I might be wrong, but I think the only mention of it is in the Codex. Regardless, it's a really cool detail. Where does it come from, though? Why does Achilles call her that? It turns out that's a complex question to answer, because there are plenty of potential reasons. Firstly, the epithet could be out of the ancient Greek verb palo, which I'm sure I've said wrong again. Look at the Wiktionary definitions. The first one is where the epithet may stem from, with her being a goddess of war. If you've played Hades, you know not to disregard the importance of an Athena dash. This would maybe seem like convincing reasoning, though, if not for the name Pallas turning up loads of other times too. Some myths make Pallas a child of Braingainz who died while they were sparring, and Athena took up her name as a sign of respect for the group. Athena defeats a giant called Pallas and lays his skin off to make a cloak. The point is, I would like to go back to look at the although how I might seem a bit indirect, because what I want to do now is quickly discuss Athena's appearance. The main thing to note is that Athena is fully armored, standing in the ground. Interestingly, she was born fully grown and fully armored, which is a fun story. And let me look into the details of the but the basics are that Zeus had a Athena popped out of his skull ready to go. Demeter brings it up directly
An enemy has been slain.
and Athena also
An
alludes
ally
to her
has been
birth,
slain.
saying she was born We've mentioned Pallas, but another epithet commonly attributed to Athena is actually meaning something like What's interesting about that, though, is the link between the epithet and an ancient Greek word for owl, which is it was historically associated with associated with Athena on this Athenian link, also featuring an olive branch, which ties into the Poseidon versus Athena story from the last. Really, the question is whether owls are considered a symbol of wisdom due to their association with Athena, or whether owls were always considered wise and as such were associated with Athena. I'm not really sure which it is, but ultimately it definitely depicted her with an owl, and very often in ancient art and myth, she is depicted with an owl. So Supergiant have done as well as they could. The final thing is her shield, the blue icon thing that represents her. Just like Zeus has a defensive piece of equipment. Alongside the owl, the main piece of icon would be the Aegis, her shield. It's worth at least briefly discussing the appearance of the shield, which in the game is quite nondescript compared to some mythological accounts. Virgil says the shield has golden serpent scales, and the shield Athena wields in-game is gold, and then goes off-piste and says the shield features the headless Gorgon, still too grim to look at. This was maybe the most common appearance, having a Gorgon head depicted on it.
An enemy has been slain.
The Aegis wasn't even necessarily a shield. It could also be a protective cloak, maybe one fashioned from the skin of a goat, or in some stories, the skin of a giant. Look at these two artworks, for example. This sculpture of Athena features something cloak-like wrapped around her with a golden head. This next one isn't of Athena, but Alexander the Great, with his armor also featuring a Gorgon head. I'm not trying to say all depictions of the Aegis have been based on it, it was just a very common concept. Personally, I'm totally cool with Athena's shield being more simple, because the game didn't totally give up on the
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Again, I've not said everything there is to be said about it.
Has destroyed a turret.
Really fascinating. So it's really satisfying to see Supergiant
Shut down.
For the goddess, although it's insufficient for actual relation to the moon.
You are most gracious, Cousin, to extend this offering. You honor me, yet I would ask you to
We have Aphrodite, who, unsurprisingly, is pretty different to Athena. You can tell from this dialogue here that they do not. This makes sense, though, where Athena is reserved. She's the goddess representing love, beauty, passion, sex, all that kind of stuff. This is, to a degree, why she's naked. Obviously, in-game, she placed locks of hair, but it actually makes sense for Aphrodite not to be wearing it, because that is how she is most commonly portrayed. Sculpture. Part of the reason for this is because of the sculpture you will see now. This is the Aphrodite Ice, fashioned by the Athenian sculptor Braingainz. The cultural impact this sculpture has is enormous. Believe it or not, this set a trend for nude sculpture of the female form, as most nude sculpture up to this point depicted men. I would argue that the two most famous pieces of art depicting Aphrodite are these two. Firstly, the Venus de Milo, created about 2 centuries after the Aphrodite murders. And secondly, Botticelli's The Birth of Venus, which was painted over 17 centuries after the Aphrodite murders. And for the eagle-eyed amongst you, you may have noticed the similarities hand position between the two. But there was no By the way, just in case anyone isn't sure, Venus and Aphrodite are ostensibly the same. Back when we discussed the theories of the blood from the practically separate genitals, and also when we discussed Zeus as if Aphrodite was an elder god. How was Aphrodite born? According to multiple sources, from Hesiod to Ovid to Nonnus, she was born like Uranus's ball sack was chucked into the sea.
Double
The sea around it began to foam, and from that sea foam, Aphrodite emerged. The painting we've just been talking about actually depicts the moment where she arrives on land after popping up from the first imperial crystal. If you take Hesiod's word for it, Aphrodite is the eldest Olympian, comfortably predating any of the others. I think that the game actually references Aphrodite's birth when she mentions Noema Theursi about Megalith, given that they were born at pretty much the same source. Then it could also just be having feelings. As far as I know, Aphrodite's birth isn't mentioned anywhere else in the game, although I definitely could have missed something. But on top of that, the game does call Demeter the eldest Olympian, which we'll get to when we reach her section. So I think Supergiant just elected to omit any blatant references to Aphrodite's birth, so that there wouldn't be any undue confusion on that front. No crossing wires from a narrative perspective. Personality-wise, Aphrodite is interesting. She is charming, sultry, speaks mellifluously, and simultaneously is capricious, cruel, and a bit sadistic. In the Codex, Achilles calls her handiwork not as pretty as she is, saying her power is the most terrible in all the world. You see this a bit when you reject her in those rooms where you have to pick one of the gods first. But this video is about mythological precedent. Is there any? Unsurprisingly, yes there is. The Trojan War is probably the best example you'll find of Aphrodite's nastier side. There are plenty of moments in it we could discuss, but what we'll actually chat about here is that you could argue that the Trojan War only happened because these are the basics. Paris, a Trojan prince, was forced into a situation where he had to decide which goddess was most beautiful, and Aphrodite. To make things worse for him, he had to decide this in front of him, which would be pretty scary. They all attempted to sway his choice by offering a certain someone called Helen, the Queen of Sparta, later known as Helen of Troy. Unsurprisingly, he chose Aphrodite and went off together. I'm not sure how he seduced Helen after they got in the same section, and here was that arguably the most famous war in Greek myth was actually instigated because of love and desire, and ultimately Aphrodite was used to competition rather than the consequences. One last thing, kind of related to Aphrodite, that was brought up briefly in the game, is the 7 types of love. Aphrodite herself mentions it to you, and later on, Zagreus brings it up again. What this is referring to is the idea that multiple words all have slightly different definitions. Here are the ones that more than 7. You might recognize a few of these The closest scientific theory involving these that I found was this love color wheel, made by Canadian psychologist John Allen Lee in 1960. This only has 6 types, or 9, depending how you look at it, and the list I had up earlier had 8 types, so I'm not really sure if this overarching narrative. We talked about Zagreus being the god of blood and relationships, and I think that plays into this idea. You'll find a few of these different kinds of love portrayed in the game. Even though there might not be a set sense of love taught in the underworld, I think it's nonetheless a fun addition to world building in Hades. And with that, let's see who's up next.
How you must yearn to reach the surface.
An enemy has been slain.
It likewise stirs a new yearning means at my disposal.
An enemy has been slain.
Like Athena before her, and like the next three we'll discuss, Artemis is a child of Zeus. Apollo is a pretty big alien, so it's pretty interesting to see. Where Apollo is brash and ostentatious, Artemis is, for a deity at least, reticent and withdrawn. The Codex mentions Artemis's ambivalence towards human admiration and her commitment to her role as a master of the natural world. And she herself is even despite the Greek poet Callimachus wrote a hymn to her, and she says, "On the mountain will I dwell, and the cities of men I will visit only when women vexed by the sharp pang of childbirth call me to their aid." Here you can see that she doesn't get too involved with the affairs of people, but does get involved with childbirth, which is pretty interesting, and a smith because Artemis is probably the most famous example of a virgin goddess. This is kind of referenced in the game. However, when I was going through the footage taking notes, this is the one instance in which I wrote a note about the relevant piece of dialogue and forgot to write the timestamp. So you're gonna have to take my word for it that at one point in the game, Poseidon tells Artemis that she won't easily attract a mate with such a sour look about her. This is funny dialogue. Discussed about Poseidon being an absolute monster. Vesta was actually the Roman equivalent of Hestia, whose followers had to abide by a strict oath of chastity. That's where the phrase comes from. Why I bring that up is because it was pretty much the same with Artemis and her followers. Part of Artemis's remit, alongside hunting and all that, was that she was also the goddess and protector of young girls and women, and as such she had a retinue of followers, almost all maidens or nymphs, who had to abide by her rules of chastity or face punishment, even if it wasn't their fault. Enter who else but Zeus. Artemis makes reference to only one member of her mythological gang by name during her dialogue in Hades, and the person in question is Callisto. Artemis mentions her on a few separate occasions, but the first time she says that Callisto is a woodland nymph who goes hunting with her. A nymph, by the way, is just a very minor female deity associated with some aspect of nature. We'll chat more about them later. Anyway, Callisto. After mentioning her a few times, Artemis drops the fact that she can turn into a bear. This is a more light-hearted adaptation of the actual myth surrounding Artemis and Callisto, in which Zeus seduces Callisto, and when Artemis discovers that she is pregnant, changed her into a bear, and depending on the story, either exiled her or killed her. Either way, it ended badly for her. and according to Hesiod, Zeus took pity on her at the end and put her amongst the stars. This was meant to explain the constellation of Ursa Major, Ursa, of course, being the Latin for bear. This next bit isn't actually linked to Artemis at all, but it's interesting, so I'll be quick. Callisto is also the name of one of the 4 primary moons of the planet Jupiter, which is named after Zeus's Roman aspect. The other 3 are Io and Europa, who we mentioned briefly in the Zeus section, and Ganymede, who we haven't discussed at all and won't really, although his story is pretty interesting. I've just always found it fascinating that these 4 moons circling Jupiter were all named for mythological figures that Zeus took a liking for, to put it nicely. Just a cool wee fact. There's one more thing to discuss Artemis-wise, and it's a piece of iconography you can see over her design, on her chest and headpiece specifically, and that is the moon. Artemis and Apollo both took quite a lot on when it came to what they presided over, and that included being gods of the moon and the sun, respectively. This seems to make sense, and to be fair, it does. I mean, a set of twins with one being the sun, one being the moon, it works out. But if you know a bit about mythology, you might have heard about gods called Helios and Selene, who are also gods of the sun and the moon. What's going on here, and why are there 2 of each? The game mentions Helios, directly calling him the sun, but as far as I know, never mentions Selene, who would be the moon. Like Artemis and Apollo, Helios and Selene are also siblings, the children of the Titans Hyperion and Thea. What do you think Hyperion was god of? You guessed it, the sun. With that, we have 3 sun gods, and 2 moon goddesses, which seems a bit silly. How can Artemis be the goddess of the moon, when there is already another goddess of the moon? Apparently, it comes down to a slight difference in definition for those 2. The way to look at Selene is that she is the personification of the moon, whereas Artemis was just associated with the moon. However, it's still all a bit hazy. The ancient Greek geographer Strabo said that both Helios, the sun, and Selene, the moon, are closely associated with these referring to Apollo and Artemis, since they are the causes of the temperature in the air. And in saying this, he seems to conflate them. This is a really tricky one to deal with because it's really hard to get a conclusive answer, but it kind of boils down to mythology changing over time. In Roman myth, there seems to be more overlap between Luna, the syncretic equivalent of Selene, and Diana, the syncretic equivalent of Artemis, than in the Greek pantheon. Gods would often blend into one another as centuries passed and stories changed, and I would hazard a guess that this is what happened here. Selene was the moon originally, and over time, people would associate Artemis with the moon too. Then eventually, people would either forget Selene or conflate the 2, and by the time we reach the Romans, it's all starting to change yet again. According to Cicero, the big man himself, people regard Diana and the moon as one and the same in Rome. It feels weird to end a section without really having made a conclusive point that draws everything together, but sometimes mythology just doesn't work like that. Artemis is the goddess of the moon, but she isn't the moon, although she is eventually. That's just how it goes.
I'm with you every step till you arrive here, Zagreus. Then I will probably ignore you like the rest. Just warning you ahead of time, alright?
Next we have Ares, the god of war. We've already had a chat about his half-sister Athena, and to get an idea of who Ares is, it's worth checking her codex entry. Achilles writes that he would like to think her efforts keep the violent lusting of Ares well in check. As I mentioned back in that earlier section, Athena represents the more strategic elements of warfare, and Ares is all about the violence. The game gets this dead on, and writes Ares to be almost concerningly sadistic. He tells Zagreus that he looks forward to the pain he shall inflict this time around, and Athena tells you that she has always found his conduct quite disturbing. This has some really specific mythological precedent. This line in the Iliad, where Athena says this of Ares: "Violent Ares, that thing of fury, evil wrought, that double-faced liar." But to be honest, there isn't too much more to Ares as a character than that. He represents a more violent, less inhibited side of the human condition, and the game shows him as being exactly that. I'm not meaning to be reductive, he just isn't that complex, and myths surrounding him tend to either focus on him being violent, like the game shows, or him being humiliated, which we'll discuss later. For now though, I'd like to chat about his appearance, because there's a few things here worth mentioning. First things first, his helmet. Throughout ancient Greek history, soldiers wore a few different kinds of helmet, as you can see. The one that Ares is carrying seems most similar to a Corinthian helmet. The one depicted in his design isn't plumed, but you can see that often in ancient art it was, and in artworks depicting Ares specifically, This statue, for instance, you can see that it does look like a Corinthian helmet, but with a plume. As for why his helmet doesn't have a plume in the game, I'd hazard a guess that it would have been a nightmare to draw if he was holding it under his arm. Either way, I don't think it matters. The fact that it's a Corinthian helmet is a cool enough detail, especially considering its link to the Spartans. According to the greatest source in the world, Wikipedia, the Spartans would often wear the Corinthian helmet, until they changed their mind and started wearing this pointy monstrosity. I'm not saying that it's entirely accurate, but the 2006 film 300 is probably the piece of media surrounding Sparta that has had the largest recent cultural impact, and you can see them wearing these helmets in the film. Why this perhaps matters is simply that there's a connection in myth between Ares and Sparta. In contrast to most Greek societies, where he wasn't the most popular god, Ares was supposedly venerated by the warlike Spartans. Most of the evidence for this comes from the accounts of the ancient geographer Pausanias, who said this in reference to Ares. And at Sparta, where there was an ancient statue representing the god in chains to indicate that the martial spirit and victory were never to leave the city of Sparta. I think the chances are that Ares in the game has that specific helmet simply because he's often depicted with it in ancient art. But his connection to Sparta is nonetheless interesting, and I think it's fun to open up the possibility that he has this helmet in the game as a little nod to that element of his history. The other thing about his appearance that I found really fascinating was the avian iconography. It's hard to avoid the enormous bird skull on his chest, and I'm pretty sure that it's meant to be the skull of a vulture. If you have a look at one here, I think there's a definite similarity, and there would be the tiniest degree of precedent for it. Given that vultures are scavenging birds, they were supposedly strongly associated with Ares, the war god doing his utmost to leave a slew of bodies on the battlefield. You'll find loads of stuff online saying that vultures and Ares were linked, but I've actually found it really difficult to pin down some sort of original ancient source that explicitly says that, so I'm not too sure. Usually I try to back up pretty much everything I'm saying, as I'm sure you've noticed, but I'm not finding anything for this apart from an obscure story where Ares and Hermes turn someone into a vulture. There is one more bird-related thing I noticed regarding his design, although I'm not certain that it's actually a reference to what I'm going to bring up. I think that the spikes coming off his pauldrons may be a reference to the Ornithes Arioi, also known as the Birds of Ares, birds made of metal that guarded a shrine to Ares. The Argonauts came across them during their quest to find the Golden Fleece. Sometimes these birds are conflated with the Stymphalian birds, man-eating birds that Heracles, or Hercules, had to defeat as part of his 12 labours. The point is that the feathers of these birds were made of metal and could be shot like arrows. Apollonius of Rhodes talks about this in his epic poem The Argonautica. They suddenly beheld the war god's birds, which haunt the island, darting through the air. Flapping its wings over the moving ship, it dropped a pointed feather down upon her. The plume struck the left shoulder of noble Oileus, who let his oar fall at the sudden blow, while the rest looked in amazement at the winged dart. Basically, I think there's a chance that this myth influenced his design, or at least I hope it did. One last thing to talk about regarding Ares, and it's as much to do with Aphrodite as it is him. You'll notice in Hades that when the Olympian gods speak to one another, 90% of the time they're not nice to each other. Almost every quote I've brought up from them in this whole video has been at least one of them being horrible. The weird exception to this rule is Ares and Aphrodite, who get a fair amount of dialogue together. Here you can see Ares saying love and death together hand in hand sounds most agreeable to him. And you also get to see them discussing the idea that love and war, although it sounds surprising, also go hand in hand, to which Ares adds that they are both passions, so it makes sense. I love the dialogue between them because it's a really clear reference to the fact that Ares and Aphrodite had arguably the most famous long-standing affair in the entirety of Greek myth. Aphrodite was married to the god Hephaestus, which she wasn't best pleased about. I really wish Hephaestus was in the game, by the way. It would have been really nice to have a bit of disability representation, and it could have been a pretty cool alternative to the upgrade system with the Daedalus hammers. Anyway, Aphrodite mentions in the game that she's married, and that her husband is always busy, which gives her plenty of time to hang out with Ares. Earlier I mentioned that Ares quite often got humiliated in Greek myth, and this is the prime example of that. Hephaestus was wise to what Aphrodite was doing, because he'd been informed by Helios, the sun god we mentioned in the last section. So, being the god of blacksmithing and metalworking, he created a net to catch them. Ovid's take on the story is probably the best. At once he forged a net, a mesh of thinnest links of bronze, too fine for eye to see, a triumph not surpassed by finest threads of silk or by the web the spider hands below the rafter's beam. He fashioned it to respond to the least touch or slightest movement, then with subtle skill arranged it round the bed. So when his wife lay down together with her paramour, her husband's mesh, so cleverly contrived, secured them both ensnared as they embraced. Straightway Hephaestus flung wide the ivory doors and ushered in the gods. The two lay there, snarled in their shame. So yeah, there's definite subtext in the game that alludes to this famous tryst, so I'm proper pleased they added that. That's us done for Ares now though. Now to Dionysus.
Know that I admire your Lord Father very much, for his grim work lets me continue mine. I trust that one day you shall settle your dispute.
Dionysus is the god of wine. You might remember when we chatted about Zagreus near the beginning that I said that some of this section would end up being Zagreus Part 2. There is still some stuff to say about Dionysus, but after that we will be chatting about Zagreus. Hopefully it will make sense why when we get there. First off, I'd like to look at his appearance. Like most of the characters, there are often little clues and references to their mythological background in their design, and with Dionysus there are two worth mentioning. Obviously, the grapes and wine are pretty self-explanatory, so I'm not going to bother with those. The first thing is the leopard pelt that he has draped around his shoulders. Often when you see ancient art of Dionysus, he'll be accompanied by a leopard or a panther. Sometimes, as you can see, he even rides them. There is ancient reference to this association with the animal. Back to Ovid, as usual, he says this referring to Dionysus. And at his feet fierce-spotted panthers lay, tigers and lynxes too, in phantom forms. I'm not actually sure why leopards and big cats are so strongly associated with Dionysus. It's likely there's a source somewhere that elucidates that, but I don't know it. My personal theory is that it's because they're pretty dangerous wild animals. Alongside being the god of wine, Dionysus is also the god of madness, which is actually mentioned in the Codex. Therefore, I think it would make sense that he would have a way with the untamable. Either way, it's a neat detail. The other thing that's a neat detail is the staff he's holding, that has a pine cone on the top. This is a vital piece of iconography when it comes to Dionysus and Bacchus, his Roman equivalent, and it's called a thyrsus. Again, like the leopard skin, you can find myriad ancient artworks in which he's depicted with this thyrsus. As for what it represented, let's look at it this way. Dionysus was the god of wine and madness, so it's no surprise that he had some pretty interesting followers. There were cults that worshipped Dionysus, and they got up to some pretty crazy stuff, a lot of it of a sexual nature. It's generally agreed that the thyrsus is meant to be phallic, and represent fertility. The pinecone bit in particular, obviously. An additional bit of dialogue with Dionysus in the game mentions that the satyrs you fight aren't like his crew, which refers to the fact that satyrs and Dionysus are also inextricably linked in myth. Satyrs are basically male nature spirits, like nymphs, but more degenerate. I won't really go into it here, but satyrs were essentially sexual deviants, and an intrinsic element of cult worship of Dionysus. The point is, there's more of a link between sex and Dionysus than it might initially seem, but that might not be too much of a surprise. Depends on what you expect from the god of wine, really. One tiny thing left to discuss, and that's the story of Dionysus's birth. The Codex mentions that he has mortal blood in him, so let's look into that. In the story this is referring to, Dionysus's mother was a woman called Semele, who was indeed mortal. Her mortality is actually the crux of the story. Zeus was quite taken by Semele, unsurprisingly, and got her pregnant. Hera, Zeus's wife, disguised herself and told Semele that the person who got her pregnant was Zeus himself. Semele confronted Zeus about this and made him promise that he would prove who he really was. In Greek myths, gods have a true form, which mortals cannot witness without disintegrating, and Zeus revealed this true form to the pregnant Semele, and she died. Zeus then somehow retrieved the yet unborn Dionysus from her corpse, ashes, whatever, and then sewed the fetus into his thigh. A few months later, who pops out but Dionysus? Greek mythology is very strange, but this is a pretty interesting story, so I thought it worth telling. Also, talking about the birth of Dionysus segues nicely into us starting to talk more about Zagreus again. According to some schools of thought within ancient Greek myth, the birth we've just discussed is actually the second time that Dionysus is born. I'll be honest, this is all pretty complicated, so I'm going to simplify it as much as possible by saying that the first Dionysus was actually Zagreus. In the game, there are a few moments when Dionysus and Zagreus decide to prank Orpheus by telling him that they are actually the same god, the same person. Orpheus believes this and writes a song about it. This is a really cool detail that Supergiant put into Hades because the set of myths in which this story belongs is the Orphic myths. Orphism was a set of beliefs informed by the writings of Orpheus, who we'll chat about more later on, and this belief system pretty much centered around the idea of this first Dionysus, the Dionysus Zagreus, being killed and reborn. So, what I'm going to try and do here is look at some of the key lyrics in the song that Orpheus writes in the game, which is called The Hymn to Zagreus, and see what lines up with the ancient myths on this. So here we have two wee verses. Dionysus Zagreus was indeed born of Zeus, and Persephone, interestingly, so she's still his mum in this version of the story too. As a serpent refers to the fact that Zeus had transformed himself into a snake to seduce Persephone, which apparently worked somehow. In spite of Queen Hera is the same thing we're used to hearing. Hera was mad at Zeus for cheating, and tried successfully to have the baby Dionysus Zagreus killed by the Titans, as you can see in Torn to Shreds. This part is actually the most important, that he was torn apart. There's a word for this, sporagmos, literally referring to the act of something being ripped apart or dismembered, specifically in this kind of context too. This verse refers to Zeus obliterating the Titans after they have murdered, and in some accounts, eaten his child. According to some sources, Athena was able to recover Dionysus Zagreus' heart, and his heart was used to revive Dionysus into his more recognizable form. Zagreus actually says this exact thing in the game. This is literally the most simple way to talk about it that I can think of. There is more to it, but I don't think it's worth going into because it gets a bit silly. All this is really trying to say is that in some versions of Greek myth, the name Zagreus was sometimes conflated with this proto-Dionysus. And I think what Hades does so well is reference how niche and esoteric and tricky to follow the whole thing is. After you prank Orpheus in the game and actually speak to Dionysus himself, he says he's got this entire ballad now about how you are really me, or maybe it's the other way around, I have no idea, which I find really funny because it's so self-aware from a writing perspective. Canonically in the game, Zagreus and Dionysus just made up the most mental shit they could, and the game has used that as a basis to try and explain how bizarre some of the Orphic myths are. It's complicated, but this is one of the best examples in the whole game of integrating an obscure aspect of mythology into the narrative. It's incredible stuff.
Hey Zag, ever see a fellow by the name of Orpheus down there? You ever heard of him? I bet you have. And I have had a funny thought, a little jest that maybe we could try if you'd be up to have a little harmless fun.
Harmless fun at the expense of Orpheus? You have my full and complete attention, Dionysus, mate.
Up next, we have Hermes, the penultimate Olympian on our list. His descriptor is God of Swiftness, which is an interesting one, because he can move very quickly. But as far as I know, he isn't the god of swiftness like Poseidon is the god of the sea, if that makes any sense. The Codex calls him patron to travelers, traders, and tricksters, which is a bit more accurate, but to be fair, Hermes is the god of a lot of stuff. But more commonly known than any of that stuff is his job, which is being the messenger of the gods. Let's look at his design and see if we can glean any fun bits of information out of it. Being the messenger of the gods, it's no surprise that he's got a wee bag of mail ready for delivery, and if you look really closely, you can actually spot the head of a tortoise poking out from amongst the letters and scrolls. This might seem like a funny tortoise and the hare kind of reference, with him being really quick and having a really slow animal as a pet or something, but it's actually most likely a reference to a myth regarding Hermes as a baby. The Homeric hymn to Hermes, alongside being a cracking bit of alliteration, is the best source of info regarding his early life. It turns out he was a pretty precocious baby, and shortly after being born, came across a tortoise, and according to our sources, took up the tortoise in both hands and went back into the house carrying his charming toy. Then he cut off its limbs and scooped out the marrow of the mountain tortoise with a scoop of grey iron. This is pretty grim, but we aren't quite done yet. He cut stalks of reed to measure and fixed them, fastening their ends across the back and through the shell of the tortoise, and then stretched oxhide all over it by his skill. Also, he put in the horns and fitted a crosspiece upon the two of them, and stretched 7 strings of sheep gut. You may have figured out that what Hermes is doing here is creating an instrument. This is the origin story for the lyre, but more specifically for the kelis, an ancient lyre which was often made using tortoise shell. And that word also actually means tortoise in ancient Greek, interestingly enough. Pretty literal way of naming the instrument. As for instruments in Hades, Orpheus is the court musician and plays the lyre. Hermes actually has a little bit of dialogue where he mentions that Orpheus is pretty decent with that lyre of his. I don't know if this is some sort of reference to Hermes having created it, but no other god mentions Orpheus's lyre, so I'm going to count it. Two more things worth mentioning briefly. The first is the staff he's wielding, which is called a caduceus, and is one of the objects most directly associated with Hermes and Mercury, his Roman equivalent. The caduceus is a staff encircled by two snakes. You can see the snake-like figures on the sides of the staff he carries in the game, and there are a few different depictions of it on screen now. There's a chance this might look a bit familiar to you, and I'll explain why. This symbol is often used as a piece of medical iconography, so you may have seen it before in that kind of context. What makes this interesting is that there's another staff with a really similar design that you may also have seen in a similar context, called the Rod of Asclepius, which only has one snake encircling it. Asclepius was the Greek god of healing and medicine, so it makes sense as to why that would be present in a medical setting. So why is the caduceus there? Simple answer, it was a mistake. They're just really similar. There was a survey taken in the US in 1992 regarding this, which detailed that 62% of professional healthcare associations used the Rod of Asclepius as their symbol, and that 76% of commercial healthcare organizations used the caduceus symbol. This was one of those moments where the most interesting thing surrounding an ancient piece of iconography was actually modern, rather than older. And what's particularly interesting is how far removed from Hermes its current usage is, how fallaciously and erroneously it's put into place. The last thing I wanted to mention was the wings on his shoes. They're on his head too, but we're focusing on shoes first. I'm not going to say much about them, because this is the most ubiquitous thing you'll see in any iteration of Hermes as a character. All I'll say is that these do exist in myth, although more concretely in Roman myth and art than in Greek. The Latin word for these winged sandals was talaria, or talaris in the singular. They help him move quickly. In some myths, Perseus uses them in his quest to kill the Gorgon Medusa. There's not much more to say about them, honestly. As for the wings on his head, the origin of this is as much an Etruscan thing as it is a Greek and Roman thing. Basically, the Etruscans were people who, like the Romans, also lived in what is now Italy, who benefited from a back-and-forth relationship with the ancient Greeks and the early Romans, in terms of religious and artistic influence, that is. The Etruscan equivalent of Hermes and Mercury was called Termes, and was often depicted with a winged cap. I might be wrong, but I feel like Hermes wasn't depicted with a winged cap that regularly in ancient Greek culture, like with the sandals. Therefore, it's interesting to consider if Termes will have had an influence on artworks of Mercury, who from Roman times onwards was often depicted with a winged cap. Nowadays, myths have conflated a bit, and it's common to see Hermes with a winged cap in modern depictions, despite it being a seemingly less common piece of iconography in ancient Greece. Moving on, there's actually one more wee topic. The main thing that Hermes talks about in the game, apart from being fast, is actually Charon, and the fact that he's a bit different to the other gods because he's the only one who busies himself with underworld stuff. In some Greek myths, Hermes was often considered a chthonic god because of this. For example, the epithet Chthonius, however you want to spell it, was often attributed to Hermes. Here's an example from Aeschylus. Supreme herald of the realm above and the realm below, O Hermes Chthonius, come to my aid, summon to me the ancestral spirits beneath the earth to hear my prayers. The game does detail what the brunt of his job was regarding the underworld, with Zagreus saying that he brings souls of the departed to Charon's boat, and Hermes himself saying much the same thing. He brings them in, Charon takes them down. He also calls Charon his professional associate, which there is some artistic precedent for. If you look at this urn painting here, you can tell it's Hermes because of his staff, which is meant to be the caduceus, alongside Charon in his boat. So it turns out that a working relationship between Hermes and Charon definitely has a basis, and I think we'll call it there for Hermes. Next up is our final Olympian, Demeter.
Another message here. It says 1 small spoon dried oregano, 2 spoons extra virgin olive oil, 1 large onion, minced, a dash of salt to taste. Wait, this isn't for you, though you should try it sometime if you ever make it out.
The Goddess of Seasons is the last Olympian god you'll come across in Hades, and the last on our list. In Hades, there are a few ways in which Demeter differs from her fellow gods and goddesses, so let's have a look at some of these, starting with her age. Demeter is visibly older than every other god in the game. Some gods like Zeus don't exactly look young, but it isn't nearly the same thing as with her. This brings up the question of whether or not she directly controls her appearance. There are myriad examples in mythology of gods changing shape, taking up disguises, all just at will, so I don't think it'd be mental to assume that in this game the gods could do the same if they wanted. Gods don't age in the same way as humans, so what's happened here is that Demeter has almost definitely chosen to appear as older. There's a bit of dialogue where she says that she believes that true wisdom only comes with age, for example. She also looks decidedly wintry for being the goddess of seasons, but we'll chat about that when we get to Persephone. As far as I've found, there aren't really many, if any, ancient sources that would back up these aesthetic elements, so what's going on here? This is where the structure of this section gets a bit trickier, because for the most part, it's been looking at the game and seeing how well it lines up with mythology. Demeter is the first character we've really come across where things intentionally don't line up with established myth. If you cast your mind back to the Aphrodite section, I mentioned that technically she was the eldest Olympian, but the game, as you can see here in the codex, calls Demeter the eldest Olympian. Why is the game knowingly going against established myth? When we chatted about Poseidon, we dove into the Titans a little bit. I mentioned that Zeus was the sixth and final child of Kronos and Rhea, but I didn't really mention who children 1 to 5 were. The Theogony puts them in this order: Hestia first, then Demeter, then Hera. After that were the boys, Hades, then Poseidon. In mythology, Zeus and the other 5 we just mentioned were all direct siblings. There isn't really any other prevailing piece of myth I know of that refutes this. This is why I found it really strange when the game told me that Demeter had different parents. At one point she says she's sprung from Thea, and at another point she is daughter to Hyperion. Hyperion and Thea were siblings of Kronos and Rhea, and you'll have seen them on a family tree earlier in the video. It's on the screen now, just for a wee refresher though. There is not a single iota of evidence, either mythologically or historically, that Demeter is the daughter of Hyperion and Thea. As you can see though, Helios and Selene are, who we mentioned in the Artemis section, as well as Eos, who represents the dawn. There is dialogue in the game in which Demeter mentions that Helios is her brother, so Supergiant obviously looked into who Hyperion and Thea's children actually were. So why add Demeter into the mix here? Well, to be blunt, I'm almost certain that it was just to avoid the story being too incesty. In Hades you play as Zagreus. Your parents are Hades and Persephone. Persephone's mum is Demeter, but Demeter is also the sister of Hades, according to conventional myth. This would make Demeter both aunt and grandmother to Zagreus. These kinds of complicated family trees are par for the course in Greek myth, but I'll be honest, it doesn't go down as smoothly nowadays. If they stuck with the mythology we recognise, then we'd have to reconcile with the fact that in the game, Hades is married to his niece. Despite being based in old-fashioned Greek mythology, Hades as a game is progressive in every sense, and frankly, it would seem really incongruous to have the main family dynamic in the game be riddled with incest. Knowing this now, looking at her character is a bit different. Before, it seemed odd that she appeared old, and that the game kept telling you she was the eldest Olympian, but knowing what we now know, you can easily figure out these changes were just meant to help make the world still seem believable, whilst trimming off some of the more unsavoury stuff. As such, I have no issue with her parents in the game not being Kronos and Rhea, because that change has purpose. Supergiant obviously did boatloads of research for this game, and decided that the best place to drop in Demeter would be with the children of Hyperion and Thea. This is because, as we've barely discussed, Demeter is the goddess of seasons and agriculture and the earth's bounty. Matching her with the deities who represent the sun and the moon, concept inextricably linked to the seasons, links to agriculture, is really sensible and totally cogent. There isn't anything incongruent about it, and if you didn't know otherwise, you wouldn't really have reason to question it. So yeah, although Demeter's background might just seem like a mistake on a surface level, it totally isn't. Every change made to her is exclusively for the sake of increased believability regarding the narrative and the world building. I've said it before, myths aren't necessarily absolute, and over time are liable to change. This is possibly the most well thought through instance you'll find in recent media of manipulating pre-existing mythology to construct a totally convincing parallel mythology. And the more I think about it, the more impressed I am at how well Supergiant pulled this off.
I've lifted the cold from the earth, much as I said I would, grandson. But near your father's realm, I've decided it shall stay the way it is. Bereft of warmth. As a reminder to us all about all this.
Okay, so we're finally done with the Olympians. The next part of the codex is headed with others of note. So this section deals a bit more with people rather than gods, for the most part at least. A lot of these people come as a pair, so just like how we discussed Hypnos and Thanatos together and the Furies, we'll do that here too. We're going to start with everyone's favourites, Achilles and Patroclus. For this section, there's a few things I'll bring up regarding Achilles, small things the game refers to, and then we'll discuss the both of them together. There isn't really anything to say about Patroclus that doesn't directly relate to Achilles. So Achilles was a soldier mostly known for his exploits in the Trojan War, which we'll get into soon, and is easily one of the most recognizable names from all of Greek mythology. Although, to be honest, this is less because of the mythology, and more to do with the fact that the phrase Achilles' heel is pretty commonplace, in English at least, and to a lesser extent you also have the Achilles tendon located in the heel area too. It's interesting when a character is more famous for how they died than what they actually did. Achilles was shot in the heel with an arrow, and that killed him. The Codex makes a reference to this when discussing the bow, with Achilles saying, "For it was by the bow that my own life was ended early in a manner of debatable glory." This might seem like an abrupt segue, but we're going to move straight on to discussing Achilles' mum, but I promise this does link into his being shot in the heel. Again, because Achilles wrote the in-game codex, there are plenty of references to him, and on a few occasions he mentions his mother. There are 2 instances here, saying, "My mother taught me countless water-dwelling denizens," and also here, saying he's seen loads of fish growing up with the kind of mother he had. There's also a bit of dialogue where he says he used to pray to his mother. Achilles' mum was called Thetis, and she was either a sea goddess or a sea nymph, depending who you ask. The point is that she wasn't mortal, but Achilles was. As such, she went to great lengths to protect Achilles from harm, and the most famous example of this is when she submerged Achilles in the river Styx, holding him by his heel. The stick supposedly had properties, meaning that it made your skin invulnerable to harm after it touched you, but the only place that didn't touch the water was the heel by which Thetis was dangling him in. You might have already known this, but just in case you didn't, this is of course where the phrase Achilles' heel comes from, and it was really cool to see some explaining is when he mentions a king he used to serve. There are 2 times I know of when he mentions this. Firstly, in this piece of dialogue where he says, "The fool of Achilles served, I'd never take up arms for him." And secondly, in the codex entry for Hades, where he says that in life he once served someone who reminded me of him a little. The king in question here is Agamemnon, who led the Greeks against the Trojans in the Trojan War. I won't go into any background stuff about Agamemnon, but he's pretty interesting to say the least. If you want to look into anything surrounding him, search up his name alongside either Clytemnestra or Iphigenia, and have a wee look. Let's stick with Achilles for now. Where he said, "Never take up arms." This refers to a disagreement between Agamemnon and Achilles during the Trojan War, and this disagreement is actually the entire basis of the first and Achilles was so offended by this command that he subsequently refused to fight for Agamemnon after that. There's more to it than that, but those are the basics. Let's look at the passage from the Iliad that deals with this.
Who knew there were so many?
"I will myself come to your tents and take your fair cheekbones, your prize, so another may shrink from declaring himself my equal, and might yield himself to me in my days." So he spoke. Grief came upon the son of Peleus, and on his shaggy breast his heart was divided, whether he should draw his sharp sword beside his thigh, or break up his hand and slay the son of Atreus, or stay his anger and curb his spirit. Achilles was such a fearsome warrior, his absence would leave an incalculable void in the Greek offense. But this is where
enemy has been slain.
the story. In Hades, dialogue with Patroclus is where you get a fair amount of the background info surrounding the Trojan War and the relationship between him and Achilles. As such, he does mention exactly what we just discussed, saying that Achilles refused to take up arms. After he tells you this, you get the chance to have an extended conversation with Achilles, and going back to a screen we were just looking at, he mentions that Patroclus took up his armor and led their brothers into battle in his guise.
An enemy has been slain.
This is pretty much how it goes in the Iliad too, but there is one detail that doesn't get brought up in the game. Achilles actually supported Patroclus to disguise himself. Patroclus says, "Grant me to buckle my shield. May take me for thee, and later, Achilles says, 'Come, be thou upon thy shoulders my glorious armor, and lead forth the war-loving Myrmidons.'" The game is quite ambiguous about how this came to happen, and I think this ambiguity is meant to add emotional emphasis to what happened after Patroclus went into battle, which is, of course, death. Zagreus brings up that Achilles falls shortly in a rage, which is what happens. He basically storms through the battlefield, in a rage, and kills Hector, the closest thing the Trojans had to Achilles, all to avenge Patroclus. This unsurprisingly leads into our final point. The relationship being romantic rather than platonic, which which I think is definitely the best route to take. Ancient sources, and some modern sources, disagree on the nature of their emotion. The Iliad, for example, does not outright paint them as villains, but writers such as Aeschylus and Plato did, as we'll see in a second. The game is not subtle about their feelings. Achilles said they could have been no closer, and referring to Patroclus, tells Zagreus that his heart belongs to another. It's hard not to immediately compare the portrayal of their relationship in the game with the portrayal of their relationship in Madeline Miller's 2011 novel, The Song of Achilles, which is excellent, by the way, and you should definitely read it. This is probably the most notable modern relationship. There's a few in and one question in particular in its entirety.
I can do it.
Most people don't know much about Patroclus and his relationship with Achilles. How did you come up with that theory for your friendship with Achilles? Their relationship is romantic. It's a common and accepted interpretation in the ancient. We even have a fragment from a lost tragedy where Achilles speaks of his and Patroclus's frequent kisses. There's a lot of support for their relationship in the text of the Iliad itself, though Homer never makes it explicit. For me, the most compelling piece of evidence, aside from the depth of Achilles' grief, is how he kills. Achilles refuses to burn Patroclus' body, insisting instead on keeping the corpse in his tent, where he constantly weeps and embraces it, despite the horrified reactions of those around him. That sense of physical devastation spoke deeply to me of a true and total intimacy between the two men.
I hope the hero
One thing
likes
Hades
me.
does really well is capture the zeitgeist, and it is beyond refreshing to see the relationship
An
between the two
enemy
of them
has been
being
slain.
just as well. It's a truly tender, transcendent death,
One of the lord of Achilles. I don't know how I can ever repay you. I was more or less.
While we're on the topic of couples, let's move on to our next one. This time we're looking at Orpheus and Eurydice. We'll have a look at Orpheus first, then Eurydice a bit, and then the two of them together. To start, we'll look at his design, which is really interesting. Main things to note are his hair and his general depression.
I'm
based on the other segments. For David Bowie or The Cure's Robert Smith, you can definitely see in Eurydice's Codex entry, you see that it describes Orpheus as a common mortal, talented When it comes to his parentage, Orpheus is usually the son of the muse Calliope, who you can essentially consider the goddess of epic poetry. However, his father is either a king called Oiagras, or the god of music himself, Apollo. There's dialogue in which Zagreus asks Orpheus if it was Apollo who and he kind of says yes in response. To me, this lines up with the version of Orpheus we see in the epic poem we mentioned back in the Ares section, where he isn't the child of two divinities, but rather Calliope and that king I mentioned. And at some point he meets and learns from Apollo, rather than being Apollo's son. To be bluntly honest, it doesn't really impact the game if Orpheus was portrayed this way. It's more interesting just seeing which takes on the myths the game considers canon
hammer does
or
most of
easiest
the
to
work.
transpose
I
into the
just wing
narrative. Hades has eschewed the line of thought that makes Orpheus the son of Apollo, and matched other tidbits you find throughout to be consistent with that original choice. I find that fascinating. Okay, now a little bit about Eurydice. Again, the Codex entry calls her a nymph, born of the oak itself. You might remember we discussed this explaining this nicely, saying there's loads of different kinds of nymphs. For every bit of terrain, there's a kind of nymph. There's a long way to explain the design.
Too big.
Honestly, this wasn't something that when I was looking this up, I came across a Reddit thread where someone asked the response was really interesting. she said, one of the fascinating things about Greek myth is that it's filled with contradictions. Some sources about Eurydice suggest she was a dryad, a tree spirit, or more specifically an oak nymph, which is the interpretation we found most compelling in developing.
Yeah,
I've seen many
just like
renditions
the
of
hero
Eurydice
would
in
buy.
classical art and so on, but none that suggest this visually.
Gotta see this
We of course
through.
take license with Hades, though do strive for authenticity within the mythological canon as much as possible. So this detail about Eurydice is very much inspired by the source material. And, unsurprisingly, he is right. He links to two sources he used, examples of which you can see on screen, and if you want to go look at this yourself, I've linked this wee thread in the description. You can see why they elected to go ahead with this specific portrayal of Eurydice, because she is a tough, steadfast, and unwavering character, like an oak. We've mentioned this already, but this is what makes mythological adaptations so interesting. As Greg-san said, myth is filled with contradictions, but from a creative standpoint, that's actually more freeing than it is constraining. Eurydice being and in this game, it sets the tone for her character. Rather than spend loads of time discussing what the Orpheus and Eurydice myth is, I'll explain that as quickly as I can, and what we'll do is look at a few of the ways Hades refers to that story. Orpheus and Eurydice were in love, and then she died. Heartbroken, he ventured into the underworld to retrieve her. Hades agreed, under one condition. She will follow him back out of the underworld, but if he looks back to see if she's there, he'll lose her forever. He gets most of the way, but eventually gives in, turns around, and gets whisked away, never to return to the surface. A pretty sad story. Let's look at in Hades, she mentions that she was killed by a snake. This is totally one of them being in complex metamorphosis. While through the grass, delighted naiads wandered with the bride, a serpent struck its venomed tooth in her soft ankle. She died.
Pigtails.
Where stories differ is what was happening to her before. Often it's by a minor beekeeping company. Either way, among the only mortals who once ventured down into the This is true, but you could be a bit nitpicky about it, depending on how many you consider to be.
Let's try that again.
To do. Theseus also went in and out of the underworld, but his story is slightly more ignoble than the others.
And we're on the
He only
hunt!
got out because Hercules found and freed him when he was there
An
to
enemy
serve.
has been slain.
Also, Theseus was stuck to a rock.
An ally has been slain.
When Hercules freed him, he genuinely ripped his arse off.
Mid.
Zagreus does mention all of these people leaving the underworld, and a bit of dialogue with Hades, by the way. Anyway, you get the point. Orpheus's
Yes,
underworld
I'm
story
going this
is
way
likely
now.
the most famous in Greek myth, but there are plenty of others, a good few of which I haven't mentioned. One last thing about how this myth is discussed in Hades, and that is that Eurydice mentions that Orpheus and her won Persephone over with their little duet. This is referring to the point in the story in which Orpheus asks Julia Persephone to have Eurydice back.
Sometimes you just
I think this is where we find the biggest divergence. There might be some ancient source somewhere in which they perform together, but I don't know.
Turret plating will fall
Every
soon.
version of the story I've ever seen is performing alone. Look at this excerpt of the novel. Fame declared that conquered by the
If
son
you're
of
waiting
Orpheus,
for me to
the
give up,
first and only nor could the royal queen, nor he who ruled the lower world,
Has destroyed a turret.
So they called to them Eurydice, who was still held among the new arriving shades, and she obeyed the call by walking to them with slow steps. This directly refers to Persephone, the royal queen, being moved by the music, but Eurydice played no part. However, that's not a problem. Again, it's like what we've said so much throughout this video, you can take a lot of creative license when it comes to Eurydice performs alongside Orpheus, and independently. Whether you use arguments or not, does this come across as incongruous? It just makes sense. So although there might not be precedent for it, who cares? It's a superior version of events. After all, she is meant to represent the oak, and just like the oak, her strengths,
Do a lot of walking.
I'm grateful that Supergiant is very much
Not
that she'd
dented.
so often been denied throughout the holiday. There's a good chance that this particular version of
Your
Eurydice
team has destroyed a turret.
Hero like me.
influential in recent memory.
Look who or
Every step is one step
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Right, sneak. Anyone seen a hero around here? I'm in 100%. That's everything, right?
You're singing in the blood after all, Orpheus. Thank you for taking my request.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Zagreus, one of Eurydice's and mine.
Okay, I admit
Your
it.
turret has been destroyed.
Reminded me of some fond memories.
Next on our list, we have Sisyphus. Obviously, he's huge, super ripped, and despite the shackles he's wearing, is a pretty cheery woke. We come across Sisyphus exclusively in Tartarus, the part of the underworld
hammer
where
does
all
most
the
of
worst
the work.
people have to
I
deal
just
with their
swing it.
sins. Although the Codex says something different, most of those who earn the highest form of punishment in Tartarus I hesitate to commit to the page. Though Sisyphus is an exception. You can see in the next line that the crime he committed was and as such, he's forced to atone for this crime by repeatedly
An
pushing a
enemy
boulder
has
to the
been
top of a hill
slain.
and having it roll back down before he gets to the top.
Noxian, and a
How exactly did he cheat death? You ask him about this at one point, and the details he
What do you
gives
mean my
amounts
hammer
to
didn't do
Hades'
No, in the diagram.
with such and ended up getting changed himself.
An enemy has been slain.
Mythology, to sum it up.
Double kill.
In Homer's Iliad, he calls Sisyphus
Legendary.
the craftiest of men. And in the game, Sisyphus himself tells you that he wasn't much of a good man. Although, the morals of your actions don't necessarily have the largest bearings on your position in the underworld, as we'll see when we chat a bit about Elysium. Being crafty in and of itself is not a trait that will beget eternal torture. Odysseus, for example, was a personage in Greek mythology highly
One thing
regarded
about
for his
me,
intelligence,
I'm not good at
craftiness, and
staying
trickery.
down.
I mean, the Greeks even have a god of trickery in Hermes, but trying to cheat death.
Hammer accepted.
Speaking of Hermes, there's a bit of vague offhand dialogue where he says he took a skinny
Your
little
team
chap
has
down to the
destroyed a
underworld,
turret.
got the business end of a sharp spear he did.
Gotta see
He
this
had
through.
it coming though, a lot of lying. I can only imagine this is referring to Sisyphus, considering he did a lot of lying and cheating. Also, he may well have been skinny before he started having to work out. Sisyphus being killed by a spear. However, he was killed by a spear? Odysseus, by his own son Telegonus. At least in some versions of the story. This makes me wonder who Hermes is meant to be talking about here. Everything else matches Sisyphus, and it doesn't seem coincidental that the next This isn't the last theory. And I think the most prominent example is linguistic. He shifted Sisyphean, an
Some
idiom
things are
Sisyphean
too
cast,
important to
aren't
give up.
exactly used in everyday conversation, but do exist in modern games. Unsurprisingly, it just refers to a task that either seems or is meaningless,
An enemy has been slain.
it means something required. I think it's really but I guess whether we know it or not. For example, you might
go for a
suspect
nap.
anything that's logical if you look at the verb tantalize, in myth. It refers to the figure of Tantalus, who tried to trick the gods, failed, and was punished eternally by standing in a pool of water underneath a tree. If he crouched to drink, the water would recede, and if he stretched for fruit from the tree, the branches would rise out of his reach. This is where those words come from. It's fascinating, right? What I find particularly interesting about those three examples is how they all stem from struggle, the most inherently human experience I can think of. Sisyphus, Hercules, and Tantalus all committed pretty serious crimes, and as such were all punished accordingly. Those aforementioned words all originate from the punishment they faced, and that can't just be chance. There's something universally relatable in the consequences they dealt with, which has to be why those stories survived and are still retold to this day. And on that note, I'd like to briefly head into the final point in this section, focusing on one of those retellings. Well, kind of. It's not so much of a retelling, but more an essay expounding the philosophical ramifications of ceaseless punishment. Le Mythe de Sisyphe by Albert Camus, or just The Myth of Sisyphus in English. Predominantly, the essay deals with the concept of absurdism, something Camus became quite well known for. But the part we're interested in also happens to be undoubtedly the most famous. He finishes his discussion on the issue by saying this: Il faut imaginer Sisyphe heureux. I'm sorry for saying it in French and sounding like a wanker, but honestly, the translation of this, one must imagine Sisyphus happy, does not have nearly the same impact as the original French. I'm aware that makes me sound like even more of a wanker, but it is true. But how does this tie into Hades? Why must we imagine Sisyphus to be happy? In the game, there is no character more at peace with their lot than Sisyphus. No one really comes close to the level of acceptance and calm that he shows. Here's an example. Zagreus expresses regret that Sisyphus is stuck in endless suffering, and he replies saying to save those sympathies for someone else, that he could have it so much worse. This is interesting because when isolated, this would seem like a front. Surely no one could actually feel that way in his situation, but the more you play, the more you go through your own Sisyphean and Herculean escape attempts, the more you realize that Sisyphus is being earnest, and you come to understand why. No character represents the ideals behind Hades and the entire roguelike genre more aptly than Sisyphus. After all, he does tell you that repetition is the key to mastery. And he's right. With practice, with reflection, and ultimately with time, no hill is impossible to climb, and no obstacle is truly insurmountable. And no, if you were wondering, Sisyphus in myth did not go all Tom Hanks in Castaway and name the boulder Baldy, although I wish he had.
You're much too kind to this old soul, Prince said. The thing is, this is home. For me and Baldy, it is what it is. Though, knowing that the Furies won't be visiting with quite their former regularity, that is a load off. Heavier than Baldy there.
You mean you're really going to stay, even though you don't have to?
Is that so odd, Highness? Don't see myself lugging old Baldy out of here besides. And if I were to leave, why, we would not be having these exchanges now and then. I happen to enjoy them quite a bit. Now, here you go, and thank you very much.
Next up is our final character pairing for the whole video, Theseus and Asterius. It's made abundantly clear in the game, but just in case there's any ambiguity here, Asterius is the Minotaur. Again, like all the other sections that have focused on more than one person, these two characters are inextricably linked and need each other for context. So let's look a bit into why these two are a pairing in both the game and this video. There's a chance that you'll have come across the myth of the Minotaur and the Labyrinth, even if you don't know much about mythology at all. It was definitely one of the first stories I remember learning about as a kid. Here's the basics, and then we'll discuss the two characters more individually. The Minotaur was a horrifying half-man, half-bull creature that was contained within an underground labyrinth on the island of Crete. We'll go into how he got there later. The point is, as retribution for the death of his son, who was assassinated in Athens, King Minos of Crete started demanding what were essentially Athenian teenage sacrifices, 7 boys and 7 girls. How frequently this happened is debated, but Plutarch said it was once every 9 years, so we'll just go with that. These kids were then dropped into the labyrinth and were consequently devoured by the Minotaur. Eventually, a young Theseus volunteered to go with the intention of slaying the Minotaur and breaking this sacrificial cycle. He went in and killed the Minotaur. We'll talk more about how exactly he did that in a second, but that's the crux of the story. Minos sacrifices for the labyrinth, Theseus kills the Minotaur. Much like how we looked at the Orpheus and Eurydice myth, let's see what scraps of info the game gives us regarding this story and see how it matches up. Worth saying that in the game, Theseus is awful. Totally unbearable, no self-awareness, absolute bellend. There's precedent for him being a prick, and Dionysus makes reference to it when he says he doesn't like Theseus because there was this nice lass who helped him out one time and he just dumped her rotten. The person in question here is Ariadne, the daughter of King Minos, who fell in love with Theseus upon his arrival in Crete. As a quick tangent, Ariadne is the most infinitely person featured in the Cretan princess painting you can buy in the House of Hades, in case you got it and wondered who it might be. Anyway, sorry. This next bit is probably the most famous element of the whole myth. She gave Theseus a ball of thread, which he attached to the entrance of the labyrinth, meaning that he wouldn't get lost. He would just have to follow the thread back to the entrance, provided he could defeat the Minotaur.
Welcome
Theseus
to
promised
Summoner's
Ariadne that
Rift.
he would escape the island with her afterwards, because in helping him, she was a traitor to his father. As they escaped, they stopped on an island called Naxos.
30 seconds until
Here,
minions
Theseus
spawn.
abandoned Ariadne and left without her. There are different accounts on why he left her there, but the thing that seems pretty universally accepted is that Dionysus found her there and took her as his bride. No wonder he doesn't like Theseus. Although, some of those accounts are that Dionysus made Theseus leave Ariadne as an offering to him, in which case he'd have no reason to dislike Theseus. I'm not really sure, but the way the game paints it is that Theseus abandoned her, and looking at him, you can't be that
Minions
surprised.
have spawned.
Another part of the myth that could do with clarification is where Asterius claims that Theseus beat him bare-handed. This seems pretty unlikely, but is it actually true? Well, according to the Bibliotheca, he killed him with jabs of his fist, and then made his way out again by pulling himself along the thread. There's also an account from Pindar saying that Theseus strangled the Minotaur, in a similar manner to how Hercules strangled the Nemean lion. However, there's also some sources that say raising the thread on its heroics, and would that thy upraised right hand, O Theseus, with mighty club, him that was man in part and in part bull. Also, looking at some ancient artwork depicting the scene, you occasionally see Theseus depicted with what looks like a sword. The point is, did he kill the Minotaur bare-handed? Yes, and but the fact that there's precedent for this at all means that the game still gets it right. Now, 2 brief points that I don't want to go too deep into at all, but are still worth bringing up. Firstly, Theseus at one point calls himself the greatest king of Athens. This is kind of accurate, actually. Theseus did become king of Athens, and basically liberated the area and Crete in the sea. Remember how before the Athenians were under the yoke of Minos? This is a great simplification of the matter, but gets the point across. I do say I wanted to deal with these points quickly. Next up, in a bit of dialogue with Poseidon, he says that Zeus started calling Theseus Poseidon's son. By some accounts, this is true, but by almost all accounts, Theseus' father was the king of in Greek, and it's called telegony. This idea goes back to Aristotle.
She blocked the hook. I was gonna hook.
And also other men known as. It's a very antiquated idea, and not one worth giving any legitimate time to, but in the context of myth, it's pretty interesting. It's a weird concept, but would it be Greek mythology if it wasn't weird? Okay, Minotaur time. Firstly, why is he called Asterius in the game? Well, because that's actually his name, although you never really come across it. Technically, you see him being called Asterion more than Asterius, but it doesn't really matter either way. The name means starry, with the aster bit meaning star, something you'll recognize from words like astronomy and astrology. 2 reasons why he could be called this. Firstly, it was also the name of King Minos' father, whose relationship we'll find out soon. Secondly, it could have some sort of link to the Taurus constellation. If you cast your mind back to the Artemis section, I mentioned that Callisto was turned into a constellation around the time she died. This is actually how most constellations ended up being explained, some sort of mythological figure being made into stars. The Minotaur wasn't turned into a constellation. That was the Cretan bull, a famous bull from Greek myth that upon being killed by Theseus was made into what we now recognize as Taurus. The painting of Theseus that you get in the House of Hades actually has the zodiac symbol for Taurus on it, as you can see just here. A fun wee reference
I don't know how
to both his
helpful
connection to the
Lantern
Cretan
is
bull
early, to
and
be
the
honest.
Minotaur. But earlier I said the Minotaur and his name might have some link to the constellation. This is because the Cretan bull is the Minotaur's father. Let's look into that story. So, does Hades tell us anything about this? Yeah, a little bit, and you hear the start of it from Poseidon. He says that the Minotaur was a living testament to his revenge, and then calls it a long and boring story, which isn't true, and a sordid story, which it definitely is. So, what does he mean? He claimed, however, that he had received sovereignty from the gods, and to prove it, he said that whatever he prayed for would come about. So, while sacrificing to Poseidon, he prayed for a bull to appear from the depths of the sea and promised to sacrifice it to its appearance. And Poseidon did send up to him a splendid bull. Thus, Minos received the bull, he sent the bull to his herds, and sacrificed him. Poseidon was angry that the bull was not sacrificed and turned him wild. So that explains part of it. Before we get on to the properly scandalous part, let's look at one more thing mentioned in the game, something Asterius himself brings up. He says his mother was also a queen, and then says that he was treated badly. His mother was Persephone, queen to King Minos. Let's continue on with the next bit of the story. He also devised that Persephone should develop a lust for it. Her passion for the bull, she took on as her accomplice an architect named Daedalus.
An enemy
He built
has
a
been
wooden
slain.
cow on wheels.
An
And
ally
then,
has been
after
slain.
placing Persephone inside, set it in a meadow where the bull normally grazed. The bull came up and had intercourse with it, as if with a real cow. Persephone gave birth to Asterius. And that's how the Minotaur came to be. Obviously, King Minos felt enormous shame that this had happened to him and his wife, and that's why the Minotaur was locked away in the labyrinth. It's kind of a sad story, but I'm really glad to although you definitely would only put these things in the game together if you already knew the story. One final thing that is worth mentioning before the next one is that Theseus was actually originally intended to be the protagonist of Hades, before it became what it is. Have a listen to this.
But specifically, we were going for our starting point was Theseus and the Minotaur. So still Greek mythology, and we were so drawn to the idea of the labyrinth as a like experience to ever shift in labyrinth.
I don't have anything to say about that, apart from that it would have been a cool idea, and that you might not have known that. I'm glad they decided on getting out of the underworld as the main premise, though, rather than getting in.
These two.
Right now, Asterius. And were I still alive, I would be positively salivating at the thought of running through this chewing with my spear.
Next up is Scum, who is the first and only character we'll talk about in this video who does not have any dialogue. So, who is it? He's a vicious, three-headed dog who guards the underworld and leaves no one gets in or out when they aren't mentioned. As you'll know, Cerberus will be there waiting for you although it's chilling out in the house.
An ally has been
This
slain.
mentions Cerberus mythology
Double
close to the
kill.
entrance, rather than cozying up by the fire at home. But this is a video game, and I would prefer to be able to interact with the dog in the house, rather than have him be on perpetual guard duty. One interesting feature about Cerberus is that only his left head is amenable to pets. Cerberus even mentions that the other two heads are called Beta and Gamma, which means the left one must be Alpha. It's pretty funny to imagine that each head is just called the Greek equivalent of heads A, B, and C, and unsurprisingly, there is no precedent for this, or each head having a notably different personality. However, I like that the game gave each head a different temperament. This is such a common trope, especially in modern media, and does add a bit of character, especially to one without the ability. That's enough for stuff that doesn't have precedent, though. Let's move on to something you can see concrete evidence of. The way you get past Cerberus in every run is by providing him with a snack. A satyr sack. I mean, he's a monster, but he's still a dog. Of course he's going to enjoy eating and getting
An ally
there
has been
is
slain.
explicit precedent for Cerberus having a proclivity towards snacks, and it's the single thing back to my favourite, the Aeneid. As always, we're looking in Book 6, where our hero Aeneas ventures into the basics of this point are Aeneas is accompanied by a woman called the Sibyl of Hume, a prophetess who prepares a snack for Cerberus. This snack is dry, so that when Cerberus eats it, he'll fall asleep and they can get past him. This will take a bit of explanation, but it's absolutely amazing. So let's have a look at this section of Book 6. Don't worry about understanding the Latin, by the way. I'll talk you through what you need to know. So the snack in question here is offan, the accusative form of the noun offan, which can mean something like as a morsel or piece of food, or as specific as cake or loaf. It depends on the translation. The point is, Cerberus is a greedy wee boy in the game, and he's a greedy wee boy in mythology. He shouldn't be accepted on guard duty, but he does. Thus, it's obvious, but that's why feeding Cerberus is how you get past him in the game. However, we aren't quite done here. This is the bit I'm most excited to talk about, and you'll have to forgive me because its connection to the game is scant at best. That being said, it's too interesting to not bring up. I just want to pop back to the few lines of Latin we were looking at a minute ago, in particular the lines after the one with the just so no one's out of the loop, here's a translation of this Latin. So, Cerberus snatched the food and gulped it down. What we want to focus on specifically is the middle line, in particular the bit where the comma is. Now, here's a few things I need to know. One other thing you need to know is that this is ancient epic poetry, and as such, it has meter. In particular, this meter is called the hexameter, and don't worry, you don't need to know what that is. Just know that there are certain rules that determine how these sentences are spoken and which syllables you stress. You might know about this if you've ever studied Shakespeare at school. Shakespeare often wrote which gave his work a unique, sing-song kind of rhythm. This is a really famous line from Romeo and Juliet. How soft the light on the window bridge. And then scanning poetry is pointing out which syllables you stress. Iambic pentameter, the meter this is written in, is basic. Scanning dactylic hexameter is a lot more complex. Here is that middle line from before, scan, for example. Now, one final feature that I speak to you about. Please stay with me, I promise to pay off his work. Is elision. This happens in language pretty often, and is just in one word slides into another. The example in English is lex, which is an elided form of lactose. Elision plays a big role when it comes to scanning ancient poetry like this, and you can see that the am at the end of obiectam is a different colour now. Right? Once you've been letting you know, you have to align that sound. Combine that with the beginning of the next one. Flipping that out makes it sound like obiectam, which you might notice sounds a bit clumsy in the middle. Well, it's taken me long enough to get here, but this is deliberate. This is my favourite thing, honestly. Between these two words, created by Virgil's genius Mr. Austin, is intended to get across the honestly, when saying obiectamque, there's an almost involuntary thought that you this is not accidental because it takes place at the exact point that Cerberus himself gulps down his food. It's just astonishing. It absolutely blows my mind. It's the most incredible thing I've ever seen. I really hope I've got across how cool this is.
Turret
It's taken me a few
plating
minutes to
will soon
explain it,
fall.
and I understand that you might not have an interest in ancient Greece, so thank you for letting me know. There's just one last thing to mention when it comes to Cerberus in the game, and that's a comment about him in the Codex, saying that tales of a number of his heads are oft exaggerated. This is a reference to some versions of Cerberus, particularly in earlier myths, that give Cerberus a few more heads. Hesiod gave him 50 heads, and supposedly Pindar gave him 100, but almost everyone else gives him the 3 you'd expect. Greek myth loves giving shit multiple heads. Back in the very beginning of this video when I discussed Hades himself, I mentioned that Cerberus was the offspring of Typhon and Ichor, the monsters to
Your
end.
turret has been destroyed.
Some of his siblings include the Hydra, the Chimera, and Orthrus, a dog just like Cerberus, but with only 2 heads instead of 3. Unsurprisingly, almost all of these monsters have something to do with snakes, too.
Plenty of time for catching
Your
up on
turret
things.
has been destroyed.
The monstrous triple-headed beast of Hades would perhaps be overcome with pure emotion by the joyous circumstances, were he only capable of this.
How dare you, sir?
Speaking of snakes, that's a good way to segue into Medusa, one of 2 characters in this game who straight up does not exist in Greek mythology. Kind of. Maybe not. It's complicated. Let's not mince words. There's a definite line of thought here that Medusa is meant to be Medusa, the most infamous. So that's essentially what it is. The ancient Greek times notably have snakes for hair. This is the most common Gorgon trait, and one that you can see
Your team has destroyed
other
the
elements are
turret.
more up for debate,
Your
such as whether
team
they
has
have
destroyed the
the
turret.
big aspect we haven't mentioned yet is the petrification thing. If you looked at one of the Gorgons in the eye, you'd be turned to stone. Again, this is so widespread in other mythologies and in modern media that it almost feels trite to talk about it. But this is the basic idea. Monster sisters and a Medusa, however, is a rare subject. Super. How would she be Medusa? Well, firstly, her name. She's a maid. Her name is Dusa. Maid Dusa. Medusa. Obviously, that's a said, if you want to follow the reference, you're starting with Medusa. No one's going to catch on to a
Your
spinner
turret has been destroyed.
Another point that may be favored is like the absence of floating head. I mentioned briefly in the Hermes section, the ancient Greek hero Perseus killed Medusa. I won't go into that story too much here, but the important point is that he killed her by beheading her. The Gorgon head alone is pretty significant. In the myth, he actually got the head and used it as a weapon of sorts, because it still retained its properties. So, if Medusa was going to exist in the world, it would probably be without a body. Zagreus asks Dusa if she used to have a body and wings, and she politely refuses to answer. Keeps going. Let's look at when Zagreus asks if she's related to the hostile Gorgon heads who conflicts in Asgard. The reply is intriguing, calling relatively saying that it would be like having nasty, almost mindless siblings born entirely from your own blood. Weirdly specific. Now, if we look at the codex for the mindless enemies in question, we see this. As the immortal ichor of the most infamous of Gorgons spilled from her severed head into the earth, trickled down into the underworld, and of vengeful offspring.
I'll be right
If
on
we
your
talk about any external mythology, it definitely seems that Medusa and Medusa are the same. If it's her blood that they are born from, and that blood belongs to the most infamous of Gorgons, then that kind of explains itself. However, is there any precedent whatsoever for creatures springing from the blood spilled from her severed head? There is indeed, although some of it won't be what you expect. Ovid Metamorphoses says this. A As he hovered over Libya's sands, the blood drops from the Gorgon's head dripped down. The spattered desert gave them life as snakes, smooth snakes of many kinds, and so that land still swarms with deadly serpents. So there is a basis for what the game says in a way. Snakes, not Gorgons, but you get the point. The real drama came from and that's actually that's when you can help yourself. Anyway, it does definitely seem like the game is giving you hints that Dusa is meant to be Medusa. However, her codex entry does say that a background check does not verify any connection to the notorious Gorgon service, which throws a spanner in the works. This is one of those things where you just have to decide yourself, and you could definitely go either way. Personally, I'm just seeing it as a reference to Medusa rather than her being Medusa, but if Supergiant's intention was for her to be Medusa, I wouldn't be surprised.
Miss Dusa, I wanted to apologize for when I picked
Here we have the other character, who is an original creation, who wasn't in Greek myth. And just like with Dusa, it might only seem that way. Skelly is a character categorically did not exist in mythology. As such, there's nothing to really the format of this video is yes, I get it. It's kind of impossible when the character is made up of what does merit further examination, though, is if Skelly has a secret identity, someone we would actually recognize from Greek myth, and who he might really be. He might not actually be anyone. Captain of the Cretan Second Fleet, sailing on Athens under King Minos. Then he says they sailed into the waters of Charybdis. We'll deal with Charybdis first. Charybdis is a whirlpool. Also a sea monster, but mostly a whirlpool. It's a bit hard to explain, but the point is that the waters of Charybdis are very treacherous. Most with another sea monster called Scylla, and a fish you can catch called a Scylla sign, the description for which calls Scylla a monstrous sea creature that Achilles Scylla and Charybdis basically lie on either side of a strait. The strait in question most likely being the Strait of Messina, just between Sicily and the Italian mainland. There's actually an idiom about this. Being between Scylla and Charybdis is essentially the same idea as being between the islands. Both options, but you have to pick one. Anyway, it's totally why Skelly coming across Charybdis, but not if he was a captain of the Cretan Athens. Here's Crete, and here's Athens. Why would he be near Sicily? Sure, in the in-game methods, Charybdis could be in a different place, or it could just be which is handy actually, because shortly after he tells you it's all a lie. So that puts you in a bit of a bind trying to figure out who he is. Eventually you ask Asterius if he recognizes the name, because that Asterius is from Crete, and he says he might. This specifies that he never said he made it up, just that you wouldn't believe him. Then he gets a bit huffy and talks about leaving something sailors and voyage across the sea in a Minoan gown with nothing but the stars to guide. And here we get what I think is the biggest clue, although it could be nothing. Zagreus says that Hermes gave him the impression that Skelly was somebody else, and nobody else. You might have caught on to that. One final bit of potential evidence is in the codex. In his first few lines, animated he is too smart for me, and spouts such simple messages all those important shots, seemingly as though he were an expert in the ways of law. My vague idea famous piece of ancient literature there is. He was
Tried.
a hero who fought So let's look at the clues. Firstly, I think the Skelemius name is a lie, and the details about being part of the Cretan Second Fleet. But his second outburst about this, where he goes into captaining a ship with nothing but the stars to guide them, does line up with Odysseus. It might be tenuous, but Odysseus is the main authority figure throughout the voyages undertaken during the Odyssey. It could still go either way. What makes it seem a little bit more likely to me is that Skelly brought up Charybdis. Charybdis actually doesn't get mentioned in ancient sources. You'll find it in the Odyssey. There's a sorceress named Circe, who plays an important role in the Odyssey, and is also written by Madeline Miller, who we mentioned in the third section. And she warns Odysseus about the dangers of silver. Could be a genuine reference. Possibly the most famous section of the Odyssey is when Odysseus outsmarts the Cyclops Polyphemus. Odysseus had been captured by the Cyclops, and eventually Odysseus managed to trick his way out of the situation, as he so often does. He told Polyphemus that his name was Nobody, and later, when opportunity struck, attacked the Cyclops. Here's how it went down in the story. Odysseus found a club lying in the cave, which with the help of 4 comrades, he sharpened to a point. He then heated it in the fire and blinded the Cyclops. Polyphemus cried out for help to the neighboring Cyclopes, who came and asked who was injuring him. When he replied, nobody, they assumed he meant no one was hurting him, so they went away again. As he escaped, his hubris got the better of This was the moment where I thought Skelly might be Odysseus, but again, the word nobody isn't exactly uncommon. The use of it in this particular situation just made me wonder. One final clue is what was written in the Codex. As though he were an expert in the ways of war, and to be so self-assured in death, both would fit Odysseus as a character. He was smart, sneaky, a fierce warrior, and above all else, replete with pride, as we've just discovered. It's also worth considering the fact that Achilles is the one who has written the Codex, and that Achilles and Odysseus knew each other quite well in Greek myth. They interact a fair bit in the Iliad, and they're often painted as opposites. Odysseus was usually calm, level-headed, and temperate, while Achilles was passionate, hot-headed, and aggressive. They were pretty antithetical, and maybe that's why Achilles says that he and Skelly seldom. But then again, reckless advice and being too talkative might not give it. Although, you could argue that he was too talkative when he started bragging as he was escaping Polyphemus. But yeah, this is my theory, and I would totally accept it being wrong, but I do kind of hope it's right. I was really hoping that the final Skelly statue would give us a hint towards his true identity, but I don't think it does. Oh, and if you've played the game and don't know who Skelly's employer is yet, try equipping his Lucky Tooth keepsake on your next run, and make sure to speak to Hermes. It might help get that storyline going. Anyway, time to move on. Is Persephone, goddess of verdure, queen of the underworld, and mother to Zagreus. Precedent-wise, all of those things are true. She's the goddess of such, let's not waste time and look at the most obvious question. Why is the cheerful goddess Springtime
Enemy double kill.
Persephone is the daughter of Demeter, as we'll go into, and Persephone leaving Mount Olympus had to be done on the sly. There is ambiguity here too in some ways, but there isn't I understand why the game made it consensual, and I'm glad it did, but this is not how it goes down in the stories. She was taken. The reason it's called the rape of Persephone comes from the use of the Latin verb rapere, which you can see in the version of the story you'll find in Ovid's Metamorphoses. In this particular instance, it is referring to abduction, and you'll often hear that the word rape used in this way does primarily mean abduction. For example, you may have heard of the rape of the Sabine women, an event in early Roman history in which multiple women were kidnapped and taken back to Rome. I'll be honest, I think part of the reason why modern readings of these events often rationalize these things as being purely abduction is because it makes it more palatable. But on the other side, you could argue that that's a pretty reductive way to look at it. I think that latter idea might be too cynical a perspective, though. Look at it this way. A recent poem called Persephone to Hades by Northern Irish poet Nikita Gill recontextualizes this myth, with the first stanza saying, "You are the kindest thing that ever happened to me, even if that is not how our tale is told." There's been a recent trend of myth retelling in contemporary literature, which I really like. For example, the two Madeline Miller books we've brought up are some of the most famous. Again, as I mentioned in the Zeus section when discussing Dr. Emily Wilson's translation of the Odyssey, mythology never gave women the space for their own interpretations on these stories which involve and revolve around them. That's why books like Circe are so important. Myth is fluid, not concrete, and should be adapted for the modern age by contemporary voices. The Silence of the Girls by Pat Barker gives a voice to Perseus, mentioned only in this video as the property of Achilles, and then the property of Agamemnon during the Trojan War. Margaret Atwood's Penelopead gives life to Penelope, the wife of Odysseus, and there are so many more books like this which are finally giving women the opportunity to tell the stories of other women. There's unquantifiable value in agency, and the transfer from forcible passivity to unfettered autonomy. As such, it's hard not to support recontextualizing myth in the way that Hades has done with Persephone. This video is all about precedent, but progression is often more important than faithful adaptation. So, let's do a bit more storytelling. Hades took Persephone down to the underworld, and Demeter was absolutely raging that her daughter had gone missing. This is why Demeter is so wintry in the game. It's meant to take place during that point in Greek myth where she was fuming that she hadn't yet found Persephone. Because Persephone eventually being found by Zagreus and eventually by Demeter and the Olympians is the entire premise of the narrative in Hades. We'll skip forward a bit now though and talk about how pomegranates link to the story. It's universally accepted that the reason Persephone had to stay in the underworld was because she ate pomegranate seeds, which bound her to the realm. Here's an extract from the Homeric hymn to Demeter detailing that. The game brings this up as well, with Persephone telling Zagreus that for every seed you eat, you can't leave the underworld for that many months in a year. I thought it was pretty funny that she then tells you she just made it up. Again, a slight element of giving autonomy, a slight element of mocking what is a pretty silly myth. You might already know, but the Persephone being kidnapped myth existed for the purpose of rationalizing seasons. The time that Persephone had to spend in the underworld was when you had bad weather, because Demeter was in a mood. But when she was back on the surface, that's why the weather was good, because Demeter was no longer in a mood. Zagreus explains pretty much that exact idea to Orpheus here, saying that they have rules about that stuff. How the game treats this myth has to be slightly different to all the others, because as I said, this myth is what was transposed into the main narrative of the game. As such, the characters are playing with the details a bit more than all the other myths we've spoken about so far. There's just one last thing I'd like to go into, and it's just another thing where we check the veracity of something the game says. Demeter says that Persephone's father was a base-born farm boy, and as such, Persephone is only divine on her mum's side. There might be a record of this being the case somewhere, but the overwhelming verdict is that Persephone's dad is actually Zeus in most significant mythological sources. The main reason this was changed is the exact same reason we discussed in the Demeter section, regarding why they made Demeter's parentage different. It's to avoid weird incest stuff in a game that doesn't need to have weird incest stuff in it. Hades marrying the daughter of two of his siblings just gets a bit too out there. And with that, I think we're done for all the characters. As I said at the start, I will have missed loads of stuff and probably been wrong about loads of it too, so I'm sorry about that. There's still a few things for us to go over though, so let's have a look at some of the locations you can find in the game.
I suppose I can see that. I thought I might end up like Father, growing old, wasting away. Then the time flew by, and I realized I was closer to Mother's side. Mortals certainly don't have it easy. But their limited days, it means they live their lives to the fullest, I think.
At least we've some of that in us.
Indeed, my son.
I'll just say from the off that these sections are going to be a bit shorter and a bit less concretely structured than all the character sections, so don't expect it to be the same sort of format. A lot more creative license was taken with the locations and weapons in comparison to the characters, and as such, there isn't going to be quite as much mythological precedent to discuss. That being said, what we do discuss is still going to be really interesting. First up location-wise is the House of Hades, which in the game is the literal house you live in at the base of the underworld. In Greek myth, the House of Hades is not a house, but rather a way of describing the entirety of the underworld. Supergiant, as I just alluded to, have taken creative license and made the House of Hades an actual house. It's a super smart idea and executed really well, but this house is not in mythology. House of Hades is a pretty common phrase. I mean, you come across it in the Iliad and the Odyssey pretty often, but not much more to say about it than that. It's just the underworld. Told you some of these sections would be shorter.
Shades of the dead mill constantly within the house, complaining of their woes and seeking audience from any who would listen.
I listen.
So the next three areas I want to discuss are Tartarus, Asphodel, and Elysium. These three make up pretty much all of the underworld, and what I'd like to do before chatting about each of them individually is give you a bit of general underworld info, in the hope that it contextualizes the whole thing a bit more. This is pretty much the same idea as the sections which dealt with more than one character, I guess. Okay, so here's a few things you need to know about the underworld. Firstly, the topography is essentially unknown. In the game, you start at the bottom and go up through Tartarus, and then Asphodel, and then Elysium, and after that you're pretty much at the surface. This is a logical way of organizing the underworld for the game, and there are pretty much no sources I know of that draw out some kind of canonical underworld map. The main thing you hear when it comes to underworld location stuff comes from Hesiod, where he talks about how long it would take for an anvil to reach Tartarus. For a brazen anvil falling down from heaven 9 nights and days would reach the earth upon the 10th. And again, a brazen anvil falling from earth 9 nights and days would reach Tartarus upon the 10th. From this, there is confirmation, if we can call it that the underworld is indeed under the world, and not just a vague and nebulous netherrealm that doesn't necessarily have a tangible location. We'll chat about where the entrance to the underworld is supposed to be later on. But yeah, if you're trying to get your head around where stuff in the underworld is, you're probably best not to really try to, and just go with the flow. It's best to just know a bit about the separate areas and some of the features like the rivers, and maybe go off what scant links you'll find connecting them. Speaking of the rivers, this was one of the main things I wanted to discuss considering they actually appear a lot in the game. You'll recognize at least 3 of the rivers of the underworld if you've played the game. Firstly, the Styx, which is the one you see both in Tartarus and right at the top by the entrance/exit. Secondly, the Phlegethon, the river of fire which has engulfed Asphodel. And thirdly, the Lethe, which flows through Elysium. There are 2 more which don't get mentioned in the game as far as I know, although I might have missed that. There's the Cocytus and the Acheron. These 5 rivers weave their way through the underworld and all represent some sort of underworldy idea. The Styx is the river of hate, the Phlegethon is the river of fire, pretty much what I said before. The Lethe is the river of forgetfulness, and this is why Patroclus says it's all forgettable with a single drink. The Cocytus is the river of lamentation and wailing. And finally the Acheron, which is the river of pain. All of these rivers play a role in different myths, so it's worth getting to grips with what they are, and more importantly, what concepts they're meant to represent. The 2 most important, though, are definitely the Styx and the Acheron. In popular culture, we know the Styx as being the river that leads into the underworld, but ancient sources sometimes go with the Acheron instead. A fun fact about this is that the Acheron is the only one of these rivers which is actually a real river in Greece, which is likely where the idea that it led into the underworld came from. So yeah, that's all there is to that really. Worth knowing though, that the Phlegethon flooding asphodel, that's hard to say, is only a thing that happens in the game, not in any myths. Okay, so Tartarus. Near the start of this video, when we discussed Nyx, I think, I brought up that Tartarus was actually a primordial deity, and that often primordial deities represented realms. So that's one of the ways that it's worth looking at Tartarus, as if it's alive. Personally, I think this plays into the core idea of the gameplay really well. It makes sense.